ahead and talk really quick.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Sound check.
Good morning. This is the Board of County Commissioners Agenda Setting Work Session. It is Tuesday, July 12th, 2022. It is 9:02 a.m. This is set to go until 1 p.m. today. We will be taking probably 2 breaks today just because of the length of the meeting. This is a hybrid meeting. We're in Building 1, Room 280 for public virtual attendance. You may follow along on the Thurston County YouTube channel. I'm Carolina Mejia. I'm the chair of the board. In the boardroom is Vice Chair Ty Mercer, as well as Commissioner Gary Edwards. We have County Manager Ramiro Chavez, Assistant County Manager Robin Campbell, and I'm sorry I cannot tell who's beside Robin. We have other staff joining us via Zoom. And we'll start today's agenda with our homeless strategies.
Madam Chair, if I can probably take the floor for a couple of minutes and ask Robin to introduce Nicole.
Yes, thank you, Ramiro. So I'm very pleased this morning to introduce Nicole Martinez. She is our new budget and fiscal manager, and she'll join us today for agenda setting, and she'll be with me for quite a few meetings over the next few weeks, getting to know the county. So we're very excited to have her join the county.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome aboard, Nicole.
Yes, welcome. Okay, with that, we'll move on to homeless strategies, and I see Keely's ready. Go ahead, Keely.
Welcome, Nicole. My name is Keely Marino, here with Public Health and Social Services, Homeless Response Program Manager. So some updates. The right-of-way efforts continue to move forward. We met with Department of Transportation, Department of Commerce, and Washington State Patrol and our jurisdictional partners this morning to discuss some next steps. So that's ongoing. We did have applications come in for our RFP for outreach and for hoteling those who are actively fleeing domestic violence. And those recommendations for funding awards would be going in front of the Regional Housing Council tomorrow for our Regional Housing Council meeting. It begins at 4 p.m. And if folks are, it's a public meeting, if folks are interested in attending, you can go to the Thurston County Regional Housing Council website and register to attend, and you can get updates there on those funding recommendations. We also have the proposal that we're required to turn into Commerce to outline all of the activities to respond to the governor's request for right-of-ways to be cleared as soon as possible. So we're diligently working on that proposal, and we'll have that going into Department of Commerce on the 21st, which is coming up here real soon, next week. So that's the update on the right-of-way. And then we are also working as fast as we possibly can to address housing and essential needs clients who are have a lot of concerns and questions, and landlords around what's happening with the hen clients and rent coming through. So we are working, Jessica Olson in our office, myself, and a number of other staff are working as fast and as diligently as we can to make sure that we are addressing those concerns and needs on a daily basis. And that is all I have for you today.
Thank you, Keely. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Menser?
No, thank you.
Okay, no questions for me either. Thank you, Keely.
Madam Chair.
Yes, County Manager, do you have a question?
I don't have a question. I just like a follow-up on this Friday during your planning session. We'll go in a little more detail of the proposal that we're going to be submitting to Commerce next week, and that is the regional proposal that will be Thurston County and the cities of Lacey, Olympia, and Tumwater. So we will walk you through in more detail this coming Friday.
Thank you. Okay, next is the review of the Board of County Commissioners draft agenda for a meeting of July 12th, 2022. We'll call the meeting to order at 2 p.m. The Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Edwards. Approval of the Tuesday, July 12th, 2022 agenda and approval of the board meeting minutes from June 28th, 2022. Any questions or comments in regards to those?
No, ma'am.
Moving on, we have a couple of presentations scheduled for today. Second, I moved my screen. Okay, so the first presentation is from Community Planning and Economic Development, and it's the presentation of Thurston County Incidental Take Permit.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So I stated this item last week. I personally thrilled the county has come to this position. So you will hear this afternoon from representatives from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, in which will be presented to the Board of County Commissioners the signed incidental take permit related to the Habitat Conservation Plan. The Habitat Conservation Plan related to the listed species of the pocket gopher has been a long journey. A long journey that perhaps started back in 2014, 13, and it started taking significant actions 2016, all the way to 2020, when the board approved the final draft, the fourth version of the final draft, and which have led us to this particular position. As you heard from Josh Collins last week, this is a pivotal point, and this is the first step of the next 3 steps. The next step in the process, and the board has already supported the acquisition of land in which we can probably build enough capacity to issue credits. And also there is a series of code revisions that needs to occur, and we're working through the Planning Commission process, and those revisions will be coming to the board's consideration in early October. So all that is taking place with the objective that by January 1st, 2023, any properties or any property owners who have been encumbered by the habitat conservation, the pocket gopher soils, they will be able to come and have a pay and go, and they will have to go through any other processes in place. So, and again, I'm particularly thrilled of this pivotal point. And again, the representatives from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife will be here, and that will be a good opportunity for the board to provide your perspective, your feedback, and certainly a photo opportunity on this pivotal point. Questions?
Questions, commissioners?
No questions, ma'am.
Questions, Commissioner Menser?
Yes. Why is it taking so long to get the code changes to the board? I thought this was happening like in May or June. Is it that the planning commission's too busy? Is it that there are controversial elements that are causing debate? Is it, I thought the HCP was pretty prescriptive, and I would have think that this would be top priority planning commission, and this would have been, I want every box checked. I know we're not launching till January, but I just don't want to see any delays, and I'm wondering what is the delay here, because I was told June at the latest.
Yeah, I can probably have Chris to provide additional perspective, but I have to probably give my 2 cents that the Planning Commission has been diligent in reviewing this public comment. And we have received some public comments related to this, and those have been incorporated, and I believe that is going through the process. And it's really the public comment that has taken a little while. But Chris can provide additional perspective to your question, Commissioner. Chris?
And Chris, what I'm interested in is, for me, I thought that we had to go into incredible detail on the elements of the plan to get us the incidental take permit. So I wouldn't think there'd be much flexibility about how it has to look in the code, because we had to build all that into the HCP to begin with. So I thought this would be a lickety split type of, once your staff's work was done, which I know was substantial, I didn't think that we would have a big delay at this juncture. So I'm wondering why that is.
Right. So yes, there was a lot of work that went into developing the habitat conservation plan. And yes, it is pretty solid. However, integrating the habitat conservation plan into our many codes is where we're at the moment. And we're in legal review to make sure that we have integrated those, the ordinance and the critical area ordinance and all of the other ordinances, including enforcement and appeals and all of that process that goes around actually issuing a permit is integrated appropriately, correctly, and within the legal means and bounds. So currently, the ordinance and ordinance amendments are with legal for review. Legal and I will be completed with that process by the end of this month, and we'll be bringing those forward to you all in early August.
So it did take, sounds like it did take a little more effort on staff's part because of the complexity. It's not necessarily hung up at planning commission or something like that.
That is correct. Planning Commission went through the process very quickly. They did understand as quickly as the legislative process can move forward. However, this is a very complex project, and we want to make sure we get it right the first time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Our next presentation will be from Public Works, and it's our County Road Administration Board presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The Deputy Director of the County Road Administration Board, Mr. Drew Woods, will be coming and provide a brief presentation related to one of the programs the County Road Administration Board is currently managing. And at that point, you will have the opportunity to ask any questions related to this presentation.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Menser?
No.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Next is another presentation from Community Planning and Economic Development, and it's approval of Commissioner Emeritus title for Historic Commission member Sandra Crowe.
Yeah, thank you. The board considered this request from the Historic Commission to take an action to have Sandra Crowell to be presented with the title of Thurston County Historic Commission Emeritus status. She has retired from the commission, and I believe from the Historic Commission, I believe the board led to highlight the commitment of the citizens that has been on a volunteer basis for many, many years. So, and Jeremy is here to answer additional perspective. And yeah, in this presentation will be brief, right, Jeremy?
County Mayor Chavez, yes, I did speak to Chair Kirkwood and indicated we do need to be brief because of the length of today's meeting. My introduction will be a couple of sentences, then I'll pass it right over to Chair Kirkwood. I do want to note that he has created a wooden plaque for Historic Commissioner Sandy Kroll in the shape of Thurston County for today.
Thank you, Jeremy. Questions, comments? We'll start with Commissioner Menser.
No, ma'am.
And no questions from Commissioner Edwards. Okay, and no questions from me. Thank you. Thank Mr. Kirkwood, Jeremy. That was it. I can just imagine the handiwork, but you know, that was really nice of him to do that. So, okay. Next is an opportunity for the public to address the board and county manager's update.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to follow up to the public testimony you received at the last board meeting, and it was related to the Patterson Lake LMD formation. I provided to you with a timeline. So what I committed at that time was to do two things: to look in detail as to how we can streamline the implementation, the LMD formation, and second, that I was going to reach out to the treasurer's office as to when will be the last day in which this particular matter can be submitted to them. I did that, and the treasurer's office has provided some information that the last day, and that will put a little pressure on staff, is December 16th as to when they need to have all of that process completed. But even with that in mind, and when the board considered moving forward with a Patterson formation of the Patterson Lake Management District, that it was a concern that we will not be able to make the desired timelines. And this is really related to the public process that is involved to get us to that point. Considering the public hearing is scheduled for July 26th, following to that, there has to be voting outreach, and the vote needs to be conducted. And the way we have right now is August 22nd to September 6th is the voting period. Then we need to receive the ballots, we need to tally the results, and we need to go through the process of counting those votes. Depending on the results of the votes, then we need to submit an AIS for the board to consider the creation of the district. Then after that process, if the board approves, then you need to hold another public outreach related to the assessment of the fees and charges. And that requires another public hearing the board needs to have. So with all that in mind, I think the best possible scenario that I have here is for that process to be completed on January 30th, 2023. And as a result, we will not be able to make the deadline of the Treasurer's Office of December 16th. So based on what I have right now is the assessments will not be put in place for the 2023 year. And that is going to be part of my report this afternoon.
Comments, Commissioner Edwards?
Yes. A cutoff or end date, stop date would be at the election by the Lakes people if it was not successful. Is that right?
Yeah, so thank you for that. Because if there's not a majority informing the LMD, this process stops.
Right. Yeah. Is that the only cutoff issue, I guess, that stops the process? Is there some other process? I mean, I guess the county board could.
No, they have the latitude to stop.
But from the public's perspective, that's it? If it makes it through that hurdle, then it continues on with the rest of these time dates.
Yeah, the rest is procedural, very procedural. Yes, sir.
And on the election process itself, what does that actually entail? Is it something the auditor's office participates in, or just strictly what we're participating in through our commissioner's office? What's the process?
Yeah, I believe the auditor's office is involved in this process because we need to have somebody to certify the election in a way for accuracy.
Yeah, I don't know any of that myself, so I would be curious about what to look for as that process proceeds.
Yeah, and I will give you the details of that as we move along, absolutely.
Thank you.
My turn? What's the consequence of failing to meet this deadline? They can't collect any rates until 2024?
Again, yeah, the assessments will not be put in place until 2024.
So it's just basically a year delay of their.
But if I may, I think that will give the new form LMD 2023 to develop their program as to how they want to manage that beginning in 2024. So I don't want to be an optimistic, but
Right.
that's probably the upside of this, because even if assessment is put in place in January, for any reason we can make it, I don't think we can, and in 2023, the property taxes are not received. What is the first installment? I believe in July.
April and October.
April and
when we
October,
get the
and that by itself is not going to be a significant amount of money. They can do anything in 2023. So practically, there is going to be a transition of time. And this is just my humble opinion. I don't want it to get to the point of undermining or diminishing the value or the desire of the proponents of the Lake Management District.
I was just trying to clarify, because, for example, when we were talking about home fund collection, that was more like quarter, if you don't do it this, it's like you're delayed by a quarter.
Right.
But because this relates to property tax, you're delayed by it's a year or it's a year.
It's,
Even though
it's a
it sounds like you
year.
may be getting money on a periodic basis, according to what Ramiro just said.
Sure, it trickles in, but the reason it takes that long is because the bill, if you will, is prepared very early in the year, once a year. You get your tax statement
For what you're
once a
gonna pay
year.
for the year.
Exactly.
And that has to include this amount.
Right, and that is what
That is
the
the critical
treasurer
point.
sends out.
Yeah, I got you.
And you get your tax statements, you as all taxpayers, we have the option to pay it all at once or in two installments, April and October. And that's what we need to give the citizens, what is it they're gonna be paying?
Is there no option for billing in a different method? This is the most efficient way.
I explore that, and long conversation, and they can,
There's
Yeah,
no other way
there's
to
no-
bill it
it's a
out and
property
get
tax
it paid in a manner that is cost effective, I'm sure.
yeah, and I'm sure the L&D proponents will not be happy, but that's what that's my commitment that I did last time when I heard the public testimony, and this is the possible timeline that we can provide. I cannot commit something that we cannot deliver.
Commissioner Edwards, I saw your hand up, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
ahead.
As we move forward on this endeavor, I guess I'm wondering why, once we know if this is going to pass, or once we know that it has passed and is going to move forward, why isn't there certain elements that we could loan maybe the Lake District to start developing their program, that we could make a loan out of general fund? Now, we've had discussions in the past about general fund kicking in to cover some of our, I guess I'm gonna, indirect costs. So why not have a discussion about whether or not that is a feasible step forward? And I think if we were to do something like that, we could meet the expectations of the Lake District's folks. I mean, this is all about water quality. It's a priority of this board to work on water quality issues. And I'll just throw out the question, why not look into developing something that could help the process get jump-started, knowing that this money is gonna be coming in at a later date. I mean, we borrowed from one fund, and I see Mr. Pettit is pointing that out today, and bought a building because we didn't have money in another area. And we gave that fund 2 years to be repaid back, apparently. So why couldn't we think about that and have some discussion? And I suppose legal counsel would need to have some involvement in this discussion. So just, I bring that up as a point of interest.
So there's no reason that you could not contemplate either a transfer from the general fund to this new fund or a loan, interfund loan, since it is going to be a county fund. You can certainly have a conversation about either of those options.
But I will encourage you to have this conversation if that is the case during the budget process
Right,
that is coming.
part of your budget.
Well, we can, or we can have the conversation by a majority of this board saying, we want to discuss this.
Well, yeah, I mean.
I'm not saying we're going to make a decision that obligates that money, but we've got a rainy day fund. And if this would cover it, it takes 3 votes of 3 county commissioners to address the rainy day fund and use that fund maybe as the loan mechanism. I don't know. I just don't want to be stymied by more bureaucratic delays that seem to always get in the way of doing good things, especially when the community wants us to do good things. So that's kind of what I'm.
So I would like to jump in and say that the rainy day fund has very specific circumstances when the board can transfer money out. And if you'd like
We don't-
to
I mean,
change that ordinance, that's.
We don't need to go there.
Yeah.
I mean, the general fund has
Exactly. The general
capacity to
fund
make,
has
and I would
a
be more than willing to consider
account.
a loan, take a conservative estimate of what's gonna come in, try to get them started. I'm absolutely willing to talk about that. It's a good idea.
I just don't think we want to have a delay until December to even have that conversation. That's my concern.
This is why Romero is suggesting that during the budget process is the ideal time to have that conversation.
Oh, yeah,
We'll
well,
know
the
the vote
budget
at that
process
point.
has already
Yeah.
started, right? I mean, it's really already started.
But your
We're,
conversations will be starting in September and will, it lead to all the way to approval of the budget in December.
well, we might have to have a meeting in August or late
You-
July.
They want to. One of the items that we've added to the planning session for Friday is a short amount of time for the board to discuss what you'd like to see in the budget to contemplate for the coming year.
Okay.
So we can certainly add this to the list.
Sure, great. Thank you.
So I think Commissioner Edwards is a good idea, and it's something that I'm willing to contemplate too. I think during the budget process, which starts in October, would be a good time, just because we would probably know what their results would be around that time. And we would know, right, if their creation, if it's something that, Pattison Lake residents approve of forming the steering committee. So I think during the budget process would be a good time, just because we'll have back some of those ballot results and we'll be able to know how the community feels. But definitely something that I'm interested too. I think it's a really good idea, Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you.
Anything else on this?
So then this afternoon, I will report, the board will be considering this proposal during the budget process.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm just an advocate for prior planning prevents certain kind of performance, so we'll just let it go at that.
Okay, so any additional questions or comments? Okay, we'll move on to consent items. It's A through H. Starting off with 3A, it's voting from the auditor's office, voting in jail SFY23 provisional grant.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You reviewed this item last week, so for Commissioner Messer. And this is a grant that's coming from the Secretary of State to the auditor's office to support voter registration and voting in county jails. The amount that is received is $99,516.30, and there is no required match. And again, there's a good grant for the auditor to enhance the voter registration at those involved in county jail.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Menser?
No.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to item B. And then it's item B. And they're all part of the reclassification plan, correct, Robin?
Yes,
B, C, D,
and E.
and E. Can we tackle all of those together, please?
Yeah, sounds good.
Go ahead.
You reviewed those items last week, and this is, as a matter of background, related to the briefing that Robin provided to the board maybe 3 weeks ago on the efforts to reorganize her many functions that she has. And now that Nicole Martinez is here, that gives the opportunity, right, to look at how the organization of this of the responsibilities that Robin has. Item 3B is for you to consider a resolution reclassifying a senior office assistant to an executive assistant, and that will be also reviewed the end date of December 31st, 2022. This particular action has an impact on the budget that goes from $4,837 per month to $6,510 per month That would be an increase of $1,673 or 34.6%. Item 3C is related to our classification of office assistant senior to administrative assistant 1. And the impact on the budget goes from $4,837 per month to $5,333 per month. That will be an increase of $496 or 10.25% per month. Item 3D is related to another reclassification from a building inspector 2 to a capital project manager 1, and also removing the end date of this vacant position of December 31st, 2022. This has a budget impact that goes from $6,837 per month to $7,432 per month. That will be an increase of $625 per month or 9.3% increase. Last but not least is also a reclassification of a facilities technician 3 to a facility supervisor. In this particular action, we'll have an increase from $6,482 per month to $7,147 per month. That will be an increase of $665 or 10.26%. Robin is not asking for additional budget appropriation this year. She has enough capacity. And as Commissioner Edwards has stated in the past, all those actions that you may take today will have an impact as a baseline budget, which is an increase for years to come. Questions?
Thank you. Questions on items 3B through 3E? Commissioner Edwards, go ahead, sir.
Yes, and are all of these positions that are being changed, are they ready to move forward with that bump, say next month, or maybe the position is empty and it's probably not going to happen until we hire somebody, or all of the above? I don't know.
All 4 of these positions are vacant.
They're all vacant now, so, and we haven't got anybody.
Some have been vacant, like the building inspector position has never been filled. It's been vacant since it was created 5 years ago. So it's never been filled. The facilities Tech 3 has been vacant for 5 or 6 months as we worked on this reorganization. So some of these positions have been vacant a very long time.
Well, is the intent that I don't know, is it mostly general fund, or is this a 60-40 split with general fund?
This is generally a 60-40 split on the indirect cost rates for most of them.
And that's
in
the
central services.
item that, so we have to worry about 60% of this is going to come out of general fund.
Right.
And when is it going to come out? If we haven't had these positions filled, or maybe the one, I don't know how many, why is it that we're making the change to the higher rate now? Is it a new need in central services, or, I mean, if we had it empty for 5 years, did that just allow us to have dollar savings to be able to do some things over that 5-year period?
Yes, these have been built into the rates. The building inspector position was originally created when the board was first considering expansion of the jail. And the position was never needed. And when it's filled now as a capital project manager, it will be billed to the projects that person's working on. It won't be part of the indirect rates, that particular one. So it'll be connected to construction projects that the board authorizes. The other 3 positions have been part of the rates, And we've just been incurring salary savings while they're vacant, like any other office or department has salary savings when they have vacant positions.
Okay,
But it's already in the rates that the board has approved.
has that been drawing revenue from the jail impact fee, or what's that
No,
fund we use over there?
Detention sales tax?
Detention sales
no,
tax.
it's not.
But somebody's been contributing to the
No,
budget.
no one has, for the building inspector one,
Yeah,
it will only be billed out when they're connected to a construction project. And because we never had a project, we never billed, and the position wasn't filled. So no one has been paying for this vacant position.
that's,
It is
okay,
an
that's what I was
empty-
wondering.
And when we fill it with a capital project manager one, it's not connected to the jail anymore. It will be connected to all of the various capital program projects, whichever one I assign this person to.
Maybe like Plan B or something with the courthouse
Absolutely
or
going
something.
to be in assisting with the very large project of courthouse improvements.
So I guess I'm gonna go back to, when did we put a stop to the jail? I'll ask my seatmate, when that expansion, was that?
That was
2020?
over
Yeah.
2019, I believe.
It was your first year,
Shut it
wasn't
down
it?
before
2000.
COVID.
That's what Robin says, it's not my recollection, but
When was it?
I think it was the first half of 2020. Because we voted to advance the planning in 2019 after a
Right.
protracted debate.
My
And it was
memory-
only when,
My memory is failing me, but.
it's
yeah.
only when we had COVID and we were starting to freeze all sorts of things, and Commissioner Everson immediately is like, well, that's frozen. And it's never been revived.
Could have been. I'd have to look, but it's been at least 2 years. And that's when we had, Chris Helmer was going to be assigned to that project, and I redeployed him to other things.
Okay, Madam Chair, could I touch on another topic on the agenda, please?
Related to this, sir?
No, it's, something we missed, I think.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I'm done with this topic. I don't know if you.
I don't have any questions on the central services piece.
Okay.
Oh, okay. My question is, under opportunity to address the board and county manager's update, did we skip that portion?
No.
No, sir, that's where County Manager reported on the Pattison Lake.
Patterson Lake?
But he's gonna report on Patterson.
I'm gonna report on the Patterson Lake.
Yeah. What about this communication from Mr. Pettit, I guess, because it comes around under some of this budget stuff we're talking about. Are you oftentimes, when you ask, what's gonna be talked about, did you guys not get this? I just got this morning.
Yeah, I haven't
I
got
have
to the
not
chance to
seen it
read
yet.
it. Yeah, so I'm sure he'll provide testimony on that.
Yeah, it's about what he's gonna talk about today.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah, thank you.
So I see it here.
Sorry, I haven't.
Okay, good enough. I just wondered. And then no other current issues or citizen issues. I guess I missed that portion. Maybe I was reading Pettit's correspondence, I'm not sure. Okay, sorry about that, ma'am.
No, sir, no worries, sir. I received an email. I have not read it yet, so. Okay, so with that, we'll move on. Any additional questions or comments on item 3B or 3E? Just to clarify,
No,
No,
hearing none, we'll move on to 3F, which is from Human Resources, and it's kept on salary, KOS, personnel rules update.
As we reviewed this item last week, this policy aims to assist workers with on-the-job injury or illness deemed unable to work by their medical provider by providing a period of the kept on salary, KOS, administrative leave. This policy of keeping employees on salary will benefit the county and employees by providing administrative efficiencies, assisting injured employees and continuing with their regular pay, and reducing the impact on time loss claims of the county's workers' compensation insurance rates. As you know, the county is self-insured related to this particular issue. An employee with a workers' compensation claim accepted by the labor industries will be eligible under this policy for up to 30 days of administrative leave. However, the sheriff's office employees will be up to 180 days because of their nature of their work. And that will be the beginning of the first day after they have been certified, that in fact they have been disabled by their physician and approved by the Labor Industries. That's the nature of this policy.
Thank you. And I see Brian Bishop popped up. Brian, anything you would like to add?
No, I think Romero said everything so far, unless you have any additional questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards, any questions, sir?
And this only affects injury type issues, not layoffs, right? Okay.
Correct. It would only affect an employee who has an allowed workers' comp claim from Labor and Industries.
Thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Menzer?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Thank you, Brian. Moving on to item G from the Sheriff's Office is request for proposal contract medical services for the Thurston County Corrections Facility.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the Sheriff's Office is requesting for the board to authorize issuance of request for proposals to secure the services for comprehensive inmate medical and mental health services at the Thurston County Corrections Facility. The current contract who provide those services was bid in 2016 and it started January 1st, 2017, and it will be lapsing at the end of the year, December 31st, 2022. The Sheriff's Office has gone through the process of evaluating the needs of this particular areas at the jail, and they're expecting to increase the coverage of those individuals on a 24/7, I believe. That is a little bit of change on their current conditions, which requires additional funding capacity. Under Sheriff Brady, as stated last week, and Robin Campbell have been discussing as to how this could be achieved during this year, perhaps moving forward. And one of the elements will be to shift some of the rental beds that we have not been able to utilize in the last couple of years and move it into this program to facilitate this particular activity. If the boards agree, they will probably secure a successor bidder. And at that point, the Sheriff's Office will be in the position to sign the contract for the new services moving into next year.
Thank you. Under Sheriff Brady, anything you would like to add?
Hey, good morning, Commissioners. Romero covered that very well, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Menzer?
I guess I'd like a little more detail on just what we're doing now and exactly what's going to change. Is it like somebody's on call like 24/7 and that's not available now, or just kind of like exactly how it works now versus with this change?
Yeah, so the existing contract is 18 hours a day, so we don't have any coverage, nursing coverage between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. During that time, we rely on our emergency services, either through the fire departments, the medics, or the hospitals. So just based on a review of the current needs with different issues that we're facing, our jail command staff feel very strongly that we've probably even exceeded the time where we're needed for 24/7 nursing coverage. So that's currently where we're at. We're at 18 hours. Based on an estimate of the current cost, obviously this is the request to go out to an RFP, so we assume the cost will go up a little bit. But based on our current dollar estimate, we believe it'll be approximately $130,000 a year increase. And as County Manager Chavez had mentioned, we've had conversations with Robin about the idea of moving the funds to cover that increase in cost from the contract housing, which isn't currently being utilized, and being able to move those funds, shift those funds to cover those costs.
Thank you, perfect.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
Yes, what fund is this gonna be effective?
General fund.
And then my follow-up to that is, why does it have to be general fund if it's got to do with mental health and other issues maybe? I mean, it's medical issues, and could at least a portion of that be funded through some other process or maybe even a grant? Who was that group that was kind of threatening us with legal action some years back?
The Disability Rights of Washington?
Yeah, Disability of Washington, I mean, do they have a grant process maybe that we could look
That
at?
is a good point, because they do have a grant called the True Blood Grant.
Yeah, True Blood, that's the one, that's what I was trying to
That
think.
grant expired and it's all gone, I believe. Understand, correct me if I'm wrong, but it is no longer available to access in the True Blood Grant dollars.
Yeah, that was one-time funding,
Yeah.
I think, from
It
court
was
settlement.
never was ongoing.
True Blood was about people that lacked capacity for, I mean, it was more.
That's right, it
focused.
wasn't about health. These are healthcare. Some is,
But I was just trying to relate
behavioral
this
health,
question,
but
because you
yeah.
asked the question, Disability Rights of Washington.
How
that's
about
not an
Medicaid, Medicare, that kind of thing? Have we got
So
anything that we can fall back on?
I will say that the sheriff's accounting staff are aggressive in collecting any medical costs that we are eligible to recover. They do an excellent job of recovery when eligible, but a lot of medical coverage ends when someone is incarcerated.
And that is an issue that we as the Washington State Association of Counties are looking as to how we can reach out to the federal government. Is because Robin is right, as soon as somebody gets incarcerated, Medicaid, Medicare benefits stop. And there's an issue, there is an issue. The counties can probably access to those funds. And we will continue to work with WASAC as to how we can get access and change that particular piece of the law.
Right. So this is why we have come to the board with a strategy on how to cover this increase in cost. The corrections budget currently includes about, I'm gonna get the number wrong, Ray will help me here, but I think it's $460-some thousand for contract beds. And since late 2019, we have had 0 people in contract beds, so that entire amount has not been spent. And what we are proposing is that the board take 130,000 roughly, or however much the increase is, and instead of contract beds, the sheriff will use that funding for this increase in this contract cost. So 0 impact to the general fund.
Thank you. No questions, ma'am, or nothing else.
Thank you. Okay. And I don't have any questions under Sheriff Brady. Thank you. Moving on to item 8, it's approval of the voucher list for the week of June 13th.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is for your consideration approving the voucher list of the week of June 13, 2022, for a combined amount of $1,815,700.42. You have this item on your consent agenda this week because there is no expenditure related to the change. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, thank you.
Questions, Commissioner Menser?
No.
Moving on to department items.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is related to a project the board authorized back in 2014, 2021, where the board authorized to award the contract to Bershkauer Construction from Olympia for $1,132,964.99 to expand the triage facility that we have next to the county corrections facility. The intent of this particular project was to extend or enhance that particular facility to add additional 6 beds with the same context of the triage facility. Due to the cost increases in construction, we see the need to increase the current contract the board approved for up to $1,280,000. When the board took the action back in December 14, 2021, you did authorize a variance of 10%. And between the $1,132,964 and the $1,280,000 is just about $147 more increase, which is beyond the 10%. And that is the reason why we asked the board to consider increasing this contract. There is enough budget authority in this particular project, so we're not asking we're not asking for the board to authorize additional budget authority. It's just for you to consider increasing the contract amount. Robin?
Right, you covered it quite nicely, thank you.
I'm confused. There is enough revenue, just we don't have the budget authority granted yet.
No, the reverse. There is enough revenue, but there is enough, there's
Yeah, we have enough
budget
dollars.
authority, but the contract you authorized had a limit.
Was there a reason we didn't put 10% in?
It is
We
10%,
did.
but this is
This is like
And
11
the
or 12 or something.
contingency is exceeded
147,000 is
10%.
beyond the 10%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it now.
Yep.
Sorry.
How much beyond the 10% is it?
Just a little.
Well,
32,000. It's $32,000
$32,000 beyond the
a month.
10%.
Yep.
So I'm, just, is it wise and I apologize, I completely skipped over everyone's questions. Let me pull myself back. Commissioner Edwards, any questions?
No, I think I see what happened here. We've got quite an inflation issue having to do with supplies and stuff.
That's exactly right.
Commissioner Menser, question, sir?
No.
Okay, my question was, it's going to be more on a general sense. It's not specifically about this this contract, but is it wise just with inflation right now to allow maybe the contracts to go up to like, not maybe 15%, but something similar to that, right? Because we're seeing a lot of these contracts come back because they're going over that 10%. But maybe setting it at 12% or just something similar where there's a little bit more accommodation for inflation's sake.
If I may, that's a good point, Madam Chair. The 10% is related to the procurement policy the board approved, but certainly the board is in a position to provide us direction at this point. Based on your comment, any capital projects that you may see coming, we can increase the variation to maybe up to 15%. That's certainly within your purview, Madam Chair. The 10% is just aligned to the procurement policy that we have.
It is in policy, so we want to have a resolution that has an exception to policy. And then, so there's procedures, but if you're interested in going down that path,
Certainly the board has the
Yeah.
ability to do so.
yep, it's your policy, you can change it.
Okay. Just a suggestion for the future for commissioners to consider. Okay, moving on to emergency services, item 5A, night vision binocular system and basic accessory kit, night vision goggles.
As a matter of background, Thurston County is the lead for the Homeland Security Region 3. And the Thurston County Sheriff's Office has been awarded $132,575.81 to purchase 12 night vision goggles. Those 12 night vision goggles will be really outlined and directed to the SWAT team members of the Sheriff's Office. It was a great conversation last week related to whether this items could be included on the ER&R. That is something that we need to discuss with the Sheriff's Office, and that will be part of your conversation in the upcoming budget conversations in the fall. Barring any questions, as Under Sheriff Brady and interim emergency manager, Danielle Todd is here as well. Answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
No, I think it was covered for me. It's all about officer safety, and I think Ben and Ray covered it pretty good last week.
Commissioner Menser, questions?
What is the connection to emergency services? Is it that coming from FEMA, so they have to be the applicant? Or why isn't the sheriff, why isn't this a sheriff's item?
Actually, it's coming from the Homeland Security.
Okay, and the sheriff can't apply for these directly?
Well, the Thurston County is the lead on the Region 3, so we receive the money. But it's intended for the sheriff's office to secure this. Did I answer your question?
And goes through Ben.
No,
Sean.
but you're exactly right. The emergency services is the county's point person to contract with the military department that handles the Homeland Security funds at the state level. And then they on behalf, even if this was on behalf of like fire district or any of the others that we work with, the Homeland Security money comes into the emergency management at the local level.
Okay. But, okay.
I could address that a little bit if you'd like, Commissioner.
I'm
So
just curious. That's not a problem, I guess. I just want to try to understand, like, is this money, you know, apply for money for night vision goggles, or it's like some category and this is what you're gonna use it for? Like, there would be other things you could use it for, but you're gonna choose to use it for goggles. Like, what is the parameters of this grant?
Okay, I can jump in on that. I'm sorry, I was trying to read what the question was. So Thurston County is the lead agency for the Homeland Security Region 3. The funds are passed as described previously from the state onto emergency management, and then they're specifically delineated in this grant for what they can be used for. The reason that you're seeing this come up in a joint session and pass through emergency management is that for this particular grant, 25% of the monies need to go towards law enforcement and specifically terrorism prevention activities. These night goggles are eligible for this funding, the 25%, and the total dollar figure that we received was $350,545. So the reason it's coming through emergency management and then sheriff's office needed to apply was because the way in which the grant parameters were designed and where the monies need to go. Additionally, there's a scoring criteria, so multiple law enforcement projects can be submitted. That scoring process is clearly defined and spelled out on the ranking, and the sheriff's office met basically all those checkpoints on how we distribute the funds and select who's able to get those.
And then this particular piece of equipment is what the sheriff's office thinks is most pertinent to its needs.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And all of my questions got covered last week. So moving on to Public Health and Social Services, item 6A, updated Thurston County Criminal Justice Treatment Account Plan.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I will probably give an overview of the background for items 6A through 6D, which is related to the same item.
Perfect.
And Carrie is available to answer any additional questions if I fail to explain this. So during the Thurston County Public Health and Social Services receive an annual allocation of just about $367,000 in the Criminal Justice Treatment Account, also known as the CJTA. And this funding comes from the Washington State Healthcare Authority. And this funding must be spent in substance use disorder treatment and recovery support services for individuals involved in the criminal justice system. And also, as required by law, the CJTA funding needs to be addressed by a local panel. And the local panel here in Thurston County is composed of representatives from Superior Court, Drug Court, Public Defense, the Prosecutor Attorney's Office, and the Sheriff's Office, as well as a substance use treatment provider in in the region. So every year, there is need to update the plan that needs to be submitted by the healthcare authority. In this case, the plan needs to be submitted by October 2022. And the CJTA panel has reviewed this particular plan under June 2022. And this plan includes just about 9 areas of functions. One is the substance use disorder assessment when requested by a defense attorney. Number 2, treatment and related services for individuals involved in drug court. 3, parenting classes for CJTA eligible individuals. 4, services to CJTA eligible mental health and veterans court participants. 5, medication assisted treatments for individuals with opioid use disorder at the Thurston County Jail. 6, housing case management and rental assistance for eligible individuals. 7, domestic violence treatment. 8, service for pretrial services defendants. And 9 is the naloxone and overdose reversal. So item 6A is for you to consider approving the plan the local CJTA panel has already recommended for you for your approval. In this item 6A, if you like, I can go over the rest of the items, but this is the background of the next of the items. And Carrie's here to answer any additional questions, additional perspective to answer questions.
Additional questions? Commissioner Menser, go ahead, sir.
So you said 367,000, but these items add up to 120, 35 or whatever. So where is the rest of the money going?
Can you answer that, Carrie?
Good morning, Commissioners. Carrie Hennon, Public Health and Social Services. So the plan encompasses all of the spending. There are internal agreements between Public Health and Social Services and Superior Court, Drug Court, Public Health and Social Services and District Court, Mental Health Veterans Court, and Public Defense and Pretrial Services that account for the rest of the funding. My understanding is those agreements don't need to come before the board because they are interdepartmental agreements. So you're not seeing those, you're only seeing the external agreements.
Okay, perfect. And then like 9,600 for dispute resolution center. How does that connect to substance abuse treatment?
So yes, that is one of that is specifically for participants in DUI drug court or mental health veterans court that we've been doing sort of very small volume trying to test this out for the past couple of years. It is a best practice recognized by the National Association of Drug Court Professionals, and the Healthcare Authority approved this as a CJTA expenditure as a recovery support service. So the allowable expenses are treatment and recovery support, and HCA indicated this was allowable.
So this is restorative justice.
Yes, sorry, restorative justice dialogues.
Facilitated dialogue, yeah.
Okay, and then on the item related to the BHASO, what is that money going toward?
So that is housing case management and rental assistance. So with my other hat on, there is a TST funded program where the resources flow through the BHASO to provide housing case management and rental assistance, mostly to help people find housing in clean and sober housing, such as Oxford houses. This adds to that existing program by really providing just more rental assistance dollars for the portion of the caseload that is actually CJTA eligible, meaning they have criminal charges filed and a substance use disorder.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Edwards, questions?
No questions, thank you.
I don't have any questions. Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you.
Moving on to Public Works, item 7A, resolution and call for sealed bids for the Chehalis Western Trail 41st Avenue Trailhead Access and Parking Project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Department of Public Works is requesting authorization to issue a request for a call for sealed bids to secure a contractor to build 19 stalls at the trailhead located at 41st Avenue Northeast along the Chehalis Western Trail. We have an estimated cost of this particular project of $440,000, and that is going to be paid by the park impact fees as well as the real estate excise tax too. And Kevin is here from Public Works to ask any questions.
Kevin, any additional perspective you'd like to add?
Nothing at the moment.
Okay. Commissioner Edwards, questions?
You said something about paid back?
No, it's covered by,
Oh, okay,
yeah, the park impact fees as well as the real estate excise tax.
thank you, ma'am, I'm good.
Okay, Commissioner Menser, questions?
I'm good, thanks.
Robin, your hand was up?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay. Okay, next item, item 7B, resolution and call for sealed bids for the Kennedy Dell Park restroom replacement project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to the previous item, Public Works is asking the board to authorize the call for sealed bids. And in this case, is to secure the services of a contractor to replace some of the existing Kennedy Dell Park restrooms. Kevin clarified that it's not all the restrooms that will be replaced, but mainly those located next to the meeting area on the Kennedy Dell Park and the upper part of the park. In this particular effort, we have an approximate cost estimate of $950,000, and again, this will be covered by traffic impact fees as well as the real estate excise tax too, and those already included on the budget for Public Works in 2020.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Edwards?
No questions.
Commissioner Menser?
No,
And I don't have questions as well. Thank you. Okay, that would conclude our agenda. We'll move on to standing items for commissioners to report on board work sessions and assigned committee meetings. Commissioner Menser, do you want the report from the climate action team, or would you like to wait until Friday?
we can wait till Friday.
Okay. And after that, the county manager will review the Board of County Commissioners schedule and we will adjourn. We will be having a public hearing at 3. I will be pausing our regular scheduled meeting to have our public hearing. And it's a public hearing for fiscal year 2022 HUD Annual Action Plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we have made some changes related to facilitate the smooth transition. We would like to pause, as you stated, or to hold the public hearing at 3 o'clock. So there will be a single Zoom meeting that will include the regular board meeting as well as the public hearings. And that will be the way as how we're going to be moving forward. So we're not going to be switching Zoom meetings in the middle. And I think that will facilitate the process to how we need to move forward. So yeah, you can probably stop at any time you would like to hold a public hearing, and then you can resume the regular Board of County Commissioners meeting without having to use a different Zoom meeting. So that's a little change. We would like to implement. If I may, you may want to highlight that this afternoon at the beginning of the meeting, Madam Chair.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. Questions or comments on that, commissioners?
No, it sounds like we're getting efficient here.
I would just, I guess, I would suggest that we use 3:30 as our standard time for these hearings. I mean, I mean, I like this idea so that people aren't waiting around, but it's very rare that the Board of County Commissioners meeting wraps at 3, so we're gonna be continually interrupting, and if we went to 3:30, a lot of times we are done by 3:30, and then we don't have that conflict. We'd be minimizing that, is my suggestion. It seems kind of haphazard. Sometimes we do 3 and 3:30 and 4, and I never quite figure out why one or the other, but I would encourage folks to go with 3:30. Seems like the best compromise.
But,
Commissioner Menster, to add to that, originally we had a Board of Health meeting. Apologize.
Okay.
Clerk of the Board is trying to get mic check.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I apologize.
To add to that, Commissioner Menster, originally we were supposed to have the Board of Health meeting today, so that public hearing was scheduled a little earlier because the Board of Health meeting, I believe, is supposed to start at 3:30. And then that meeting ended up being canceled during the time that you were out on vacation.
Okay, I did not realize that.
Okay. Thank you, Jamie, for that. But yeah, I agree with Commissioner Menster's idea of maybe a 3:30 start time would be a good time. Okay, so our public. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
but I think for today's, we're locked into the time,
Yeah, I'm talking
right?
about the future.
For the future. Are we gonna hear from Jacinda at all on this topic yet?
Yes, sir. I was just going to, the public hearing already did it. So County Manager, do you want to cover it and then have?
Madam Chair, you will be receiving public testimony related to the 2022 Housing and Urban Development Annual Action Plan. And this action plan includes specific projects that relate to the CDBG funding. That's the Community Development Grant funding. And specifically, those affected in the jurisdictions of Thurston, unincorporated Thurston County, Rainier, Dakota, Tenino, Yonge projects. Those projects that are included is the Senior Services of South Sound, the Home Share, the Rochester Organization of Families, the Kids Safe Place After School Program, the South Sound Habitat for Humanity, Yonge and Dakota Neighborhood Rehabilitation, the Boys and Girls Club of Thurston County, the Yonge Scholarship for Youth, the City of Tenino, the Quarry Pool renovations, Phase 2, City of Yonge, the Off-Leash Dog Park, Boys and Girls Club of Thurston County, Tenino Teen Center Roof, and Thurston County CDBG Program Administration. Those are the main items included in the 2002 CDB HUD plan.
Thank you. Jacinda, anything you would like to add?
Thank you, Commissioners. I would only, and thank you, County Manager. I would like to add that our 22 HUD Annual Action Plan also includes home investment partnership program funded activities. And those activities are the Low Income Housing Institute's 2828 Martin Way Phase 2 Affordable Housing Development, South Puget Sound Habitat for Humanity's Talichin Townhomes, Phase 1 Affordable Housing Development, and Thurston County's Program Administration of the Home Program. That's all.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Edwards,
Yes.
did you have? Go ahead.
Jacinda, how many comments have we had come in on this?
I am not aware of receiving any.
Oh, okay, I just wondered, that kind of indicates how long it might take. That's all. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Menster, questions?
Not on this item.
Okay.
I guess I do have a question real quick on the Board of Health, since we're not having that, is when are the commissioners going to be reviewing the applications for the new seats?
You will be receiving a packet of the applications this afternoon, and I have on your agenda for the planning session for you to have a discussion after you have the opportunity to review those applications.
So we should be prepared between today and Friday to review them, and how many are we going to be reviewing?
We received 7, not that many, I believe.
Okay.
7, how many? 3, 4?
Sorry. I'm sorry, I was getting mixed up with the Racial Equity Board, but yes, 7 of them.
And we're going to select how many out of the 7?
3.
It is at 3.
If they meet the criteria of the categories?
And I will walk you through what the criteria will be on Friday.
Okay.
So Friday is just, you don't need to make a decision on Friday, but an opportunity for you to compare
Okay.
notes on the review of the applications.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, that will conclude our agenda. It is 10:16. Let's go ahead and take our first initial break. We'll be on break until 10:30 a.m. Thank you. let me scroll back up to.
You are live.
And we are back from break, and we left off with the review of the Board of County Commissioners agenda for July 19th, 2022. So we would call the meeting to order at 2 p.m. The Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Vice Chair Menser, approval of the Tuesday, July 19th, 2022 agenda, and approval of the board meeting minutes from July 12th, 2022. We have a couple of presentations that day. The first one is the proclamation for pretrial probation and parole supervision week.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for your consideration. The board's consideration is to proclaim the week of July 17th to July 23rd as a pretrial probation and parole supervision week. This is a national week, and pretrial services director Mary Ann Clear, I believe, is going to be in attendance related to this proclamation.
Thank you. Questions, comments, Commissioner Edwards?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Menser?
No.
Okay, next, we have our second presentation is introduction of new public works employees.
Yeah, the Director of Public Works, Jennifer Walker, will introduce several employees that have joined Public Works in the last couple of months.
Questions, comments?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm kind of curious, we do new employee orientation. And then some outfits do this. I don't know how many participate in new employee orientation, and some don't do this. So I'm just kind of curious, how did this all develop that we're doing some things for one group and not other groups? I just wondered about it.
So originally,
Tell me about it.
many years ago, the then county commissioners requested that staff who would be interacting with the public be introduced at the public meeting. And they were talking about high-level managers, but some departments, in some departments, this has evolved into introducing every new employee.
Well, let me just ask a question about that. I like to be able to greet employees and when we do the orientation, I mean, that's a small piece of it. But we have employees that are, we've always got new employees. I mean, what do we have, 1,200 employees? I would like to, and I guess my memory isn't as good as it used to be, because I used to actually be able to recall, you know, everybody's name and everything, but it's just kind of fading. I don't know if that's my problem and nobody else's problem, I don't know, but I'd like to see where maybe, I don't know, we could have, do you have a roster? I know you do these ID cards for new employees and stuff, that, why don't we put I don't know, something up on the wall with the employees and their pictures, and if we're gonna try to recognize them, I mean, people that come into our meetings, we're gonna get back into meetings again, it sounds like, at some point, to where staff is coming in. I don't know how long we're gonna go on the remote business. And I don't have a problem one way or the other. I'm just wondering, we do certain things for this group, but not for this group, and I don't know if we double do it, so to speak, with some people, because I can't keep track, to be honest with you. So it's just kind of confusing on how we do business, and I think we ought to have some consistency. You know, I know I drive you nuts that I'm consistent all the time about certain topics, but I just wonder if we, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm not interested in meeting these people. I very much am interested in meeting these people.
So you're right in terms of the consistency, and this is really up to the purview of the directors and on the. It's not necessarily my direction. This is an opportunity for the directors and the head of the offices bring stuff and introduce to the board.
I guess I'm gonna beg to differ with you on that. I look at you as the direct report for most of those folks. And so maybe we could have a little bit of additional discussion on Friday.
And
This probably isn't the time.
And the employee orientation that you attend, as you see, some commissioners sometimes don't make that meeting.
I know
And
that. I try to make all of them.
It's an opportunity, but let me touch base with the directors at the next directors meeting and see how we can.
I mean, I'm not criticizing, because I want to know all the employees that I can.
I would also
but I wanna think
suggest
everybody the same.
that it is the prerogative of the board, if you'd like to use your meeting time in this fashion, or would like to change this in any way.
I think I'm on board with Commissioner Edwards. I mean, for a few reasons. Number one, I prioritize new employee orientation because I get a chance, they get to ask me questions and we get to tell a little more about what we do. So I think that's more meaningful. Second, the hybrid thing, he's right. It's not the same. I mean, it's not the same when they're not even coming in, and I don't think that is going to change. Everybody's using. Nobody wants to sit here for 3 hours for one little piece of their agenda. Everybody's using the hybrid to be more efficient. That's great, but it reduces the meaningfulness of this piece of the agenda. And third, I'm also with Commissioner Edwards. My first year here, and Thomasina will back me up, I begged for like face charts. Like, I think CPED's got a chart with everybody's picture. I'm like, why can't we have that for every group? As a commissioner, I would love to be able to, I get an email from someone. We take their picture for their ID. It has to be pretty easy to have a little directory.
You asking to have a board with pictures with 1,200 employees? Is that what you're asking?
Well, maybe there could be maybe it could even be well, I know it's gonna be updated all the time.
Alphabetical, the pictures are there
Yeah.
and on the badges, you just put it in a spreadsheet, alphabetical, listed.
We used to have that on SharePoint, and I don't recall why it was discontinued. I know it
Because
was
some
very
employees didn't-
laborious to keep up to date.
Some employees, they don't want to have their pictures
Some people
on
didn't
the
want their
internet.
pictures.
And it was a long, drag-out conversation with the unions. They
Yeah.
don't want to have
Okay. As an example, but I'm just sharing that I absolutely wanted that same ability to be able
Yeah,
to
maybe
know.
we can explore with you at an upcoming planning session as to how we can probably make those new employees.
But I mean, I literally from the dais with my elderly aging eyes, I can't even see the people's face that I'm meeting or read their name. So I'm not sure what I'm getting out of that.
And maybe one other piece of that, it all comes back to me, we've got these 40 commissions or groups, 42, I don't know how many I would even like to know who they are so that when they're here doing business and I meet them in the hall, I would have some help in knowing who's coming in. I mean, somebody might be coming in to see us, a group. Who's coming? Oh, Bill and George and Linda are coming in. I could know who that is. I know the directors and the assistant directors, but I would like to be able to be a little more interactive and pleasant. I don't know. I don't think we recognize our volunteers quite good enough. I know we're thinking about doing something new there.
Oh, you mean our advisory board?
Yes, our
Okay,
advisory
so
board.
I see what
You know, all of those folks that are doing yeoman's work for us. I mean, if you think about it, they really put in a lot of dedication and time.
Yeah.
So, and then like we might individually go to one of their meetings at some point in time. Well, who's that? There's not a name tag.
So, and I think we've provided with the board a list of all the boards and commissions with the names of who, I think, were you asking a picture of them?
Well, maybe, or.
I don't know that we can go to individual.
Yeah,
boards and
okay, maybe
commissions,
not.
start snapping pictures.
Let's compromise somewhere on all of this.
So, with your concurrence, perhaps this will be the last introduction of county employees at next first meeting. And I'll take care of the rest.
But yeah, I think maybe that's kind of what's brought me to this point, what Commissioner Menzer is bringing up.
Commissioner Mejia is going to jump
Oh,
in.
excuse me.
Yeah, no, so I'm not able to attend the new employee orientations most of the times because it's right at the same time as the SWAC meeting that happens on a monthly basis. And so usually I'm not able to, it's been really rarely where I've been able to attend them. I think I've been able to attend it only a couple of times this year just because of when the SWAC falls on. So, you know, I do sometimes appreciate the new public works employees, but if we're attending the new employee orientation at this, I can see how it's kind of, you know, but I also understand what Commissioner Menser is saying, sitting in the dais and seeing people via Zoom and trying to recognize who they are and trying to read their names. It doesn't really, I think, get to what the intention was initially. So I don't have a strong say either way, is what I was trying to say.
Ma'am, maybe as a follow-up to that, I'd say possibly Amy from HR, maybe she could adjust. You know, I don't know how she selects her time, but I think it should work around our time to a degree. So anyway, something you can address.
Yeah,
sir.
that's, you were both here. We used to have the employee orientation in person before the pandemic. That was very valuable.
Yeah, I think that was great.
Over in a training room. When we moved to the 3000 Pacific, that will be a good opportunity to have a larger conference room that we can start, meeting in person. To a larger group, yeah.
The way this whole virus thing is going and stuff, it might be beyond our time before we
Might
ever
be a
get to
while,
that point again, huh? Yeah, okay, just.
Yeah, my new employee orientation was with, Commissioners Bud Blake and Sandra Romero and Kathy Wolf came and talked to us. So I remember that very clearly. Okay, so moving on from that, for an opportunity for the public to address the board and county manager's update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure you will receive your public testimony. Not sure what at this point. And I will follow up with any public testimony that needs to follow up based on the testimony you may receive today.
Questions?
No
comments? Okay. Moving on to consent items, there's only two. The first one, 3A, lease renewals with DM Ventures LLC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is related to some office space that we currently lease at 2404 Chandler Court. As the board, I believe, is aware, we have utilized portions of this particular building, mainly on the first floor, to have two satellite courtrooms. We also saw the need at some point, due to the impact of the pandemic, that we needed to provide offices to prosecutors as well as public defenders located in the same office, and we have already exercised that. So this is a proposal for you to consider renewing the lease for the next 5 years for the 5 offices that supports the court functions, both district and superior court courtrooms. And there is an escalating factor between the many different years. In the first year, we will have $30,062 per month. And there's a variation, I believe, in 2024 will be $32,837, 2025, $33,725. This is per month, by the way. And 2026, $34,612.50. Robin, any additional perspective on that?
So we were able to negotiate a 5-year extension for this building. We know that we need it for a while longer to address COVID needs specifically. We're able to pay for it with the recovery fund money as part of the court backlog funding that the board has approved. And we should be able to do that definitely through 2024, most likely through 2026 because it's under contract, it will be an obligation. And then we can assess if we still need it for the final year of the lease. And we think that if nothing else, we'll need it for swing space as we work on these buildings. So it's going to be a very important factor to have those Chandler Court courtrooms available.
Is it 2 buildings? Is that what we're talking
It's one
about?
building.
One building?
One building, it's got 2 large courtrooms, one for Superior Court, one for District Court.
How many square feet are we getting out of that?
That is a very good question, and I can find the answer for you.
I don't need it right now. I mean, I'm
Does it
just
say in the AIS?
curious.
I don't think we put that in.
Like you say, we don't know what's gonna happen on this whole virus thing. Good new stuff all the time.
Yeah, and the 2 satellite courtrooms, I believe, has been extremely helpful to both Superior and District Courts, because Superior Court and District Court, in any jury trials, they have, under the guidance of Dr. Abdulmalik, they still continue to have a 3-feet separation, social distancing.
Right. And as we've heard from the court, the Supreme Court of Washington State has not changed the COVID requirements for the courts. So they are still under some fairly strict requirements for meeting.
I really think it's, as time goes on, it's gonna be part of our responsibility, I think, to keep jurors or potential jurors comfortable so that they might be willing to serve, you know. I can see that as being a reason we end up with a lot of retired folks because they're retired, not going to work and stuff, so. Yeah,
That is a good point,
it's
sir.
kind of the cost of doing business, I guess.
Yep, I'm good, thank you.
My question's in regards to, is this going to be covered through with ARPA funds still?
We'll be able to pay with ARPA at least through 2024, probably through 2026. And then that will only leave us 1 year that we would need to cover with other funds. And we can assess at that time, at the end of 2026, whether or not we still need the facility.
Okay.
Because like all our contracts, this has a clause that we can exit if we need to.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 3B, approval of the voucher list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For your consideration next week is for the board to consider approving the voucher list for the week of June 24, 2022 for a combined amount of $5,803,619.96. This item is in your consent agenda for next week because there is no atrium expenditures included in this voucher list.
Okay. Questions, Commissioner Menser?
No.
Commissioner Edwards?
No, ma'am.
Moving on to department items, 4A from the Commissioner's Office is ordinance amending Chapter 2.02 of Thurston County Code. And hopefully everyone got a copy of the ordinance.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a follow-up to the public hearing you held in February 2022. And that was the second public hearing that you were holding. I think it was a year apart. And after the public hearing, you received public testimony, I believe, from Mr. Pettit at the time. And at that point, I suggested to the board that perhaps not to consider taking an action because there was a new engrossed substitute House Bill 1329, which require additional requirements on the meetings the board legislative authorities related to the OPMA. So the version that I have before you includes those requirements of the engrossed substitute House Bill 1329. And those are highlighted in your paper, I think is blue. Those are the revisions from the version in which you held the public hearing back in February 2022. Let me highlight a couple of places where the revisions are. On the whereas, we make a reference of the board meeting to be at the 3000 Pacific, and that will be no later than September 30, 2022. And this date could change depending on the new schedule for the atrium.
Actually, I've got a question on that topic. Why does it have to say no later than September 30th, 2020? Why can't it just say when the move is accomplished or?
So the good conversation, I had conversation with Elizabeth. That was my first version was to give it a little more soft, but she requested a specific date. And that is is prescribed as to when the new board location should be taking place.
I mean, I guess I don't understand her legal reasoning for doing that, because I think that locks us into maybe, I don't know, we're gonna be in violation because some office equipment didn't come in, or I don't know what it would be, but I don't like to build a box around this and notice in a box if we can help it. So, I don't know what to say.
If I may jump in, having a specific date makes me nervous, but I understand why. We are required to let the public know where they can appear.
Yes,
So
there's going to be a
that's-
transition time in which you will probably hold the meetings here, and at some point we'll move that, and the public needs to know that.
Yeah.
And that's the reason is behind as to what the specific dates. And I totally agree with you in terms of the specific date, and maybe we can delay that until middle of October, just to give a little more flexibility.
Yeah, but if they set that date and then we move, let's say we do move at the end of September, then are we locked into holding the meetings
It
in
will
this
be
room?
at least for a week or two, the board needs to come in here to this room and conduct your meetings until you actually move to the next day.
So it'll be inconvenient, but
It
I
will be
can
convenient,
see
but there will be
the,
a transition.
yeah.
And also related to the movement to 3000 Pacific, it will be a transition from all the equipment in here, because we will not be able to have a clean move from this place to the other in terms of live stream and everything else. So there is going to be what I call is a blackout time, and hopefully we can reduce that for 2 weeks. They will not be able to live stream some of the key meetings. We will be able to record it, and we will make those available, but it's not be live streamed. And that is because we're going to be taking all the AV equipment from this room and place it into the new room, because that's going to save us money. Plain and simple.
I guess, might we discuss this more on Friday? Because I can see we could use up a lot of time if we went over everything right now. And the reason I'm saying that is some issues in here, and I'd bring them up on Friday instead of bringing them up now. I mean, I just think that on page 5 of 6, down there at the bottom in blue, it says after the declaration of an emergency by federal, state, and/or county.
Yeah.
Anyway, wouldn't it say and/or between federal and state, and maybe under A, without a physical location but open to the public, and a few things like that. So
So that language that I added in there is prescriptive on the engrossed substantive House Bill 1329.
and we can't even supplement a little more coverage?
I really didn't want to deviate from that description of that, but certainly you can discuss that on.
Can I bring up one thing?
Go ahead, Commissioner Menser.
I'm bringing this up because I think this, well, I know that the genesis of this predates Commissioner Mejia even being on this board. And so one of the things that we talked a lot about in 2020, but I don't think has been talked about at all in recent months, is the provision on page 2 that the board may hold a regular meeting at 6 p.m. on the 4th Tuesday of the month. And that's a softened up, but I'm just wondering what's our intent there? Are we going to be doing that? We give ourselves an opportunity not to, but that's our intent to start doing that as a matter of course?
Yeah, that's what the initial description, the conversation.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm my recollection, because I can't remember if we talked ourselves out of that. I know we were included that at one point, but then we shelved this for about a year because of litigation
And that has not changed based on the direction the board then provided to me to include this. And the may word is just to give you an opportunity to, change that.
Okay, well, just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. That's a big change.
It is significant change.
Okay, so am I hearing we're going to discuss this on Friday as well?
Yeah, if you don't mind reading, read this, if you have any comments, but again, really the changes that I suggested in this, in addition, just outside of the 3000 Pacific, the location, the rest is really prescriptive as to what the Engrossed House Bill 1329 requires of the board meetings.
Okay. Okay, so we'll move on to item 4B, which is real estate brokerage services contract extension.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular item is for your consideration is amendment number 4 with Kidder Matthews. Back in 2016, the Board of County Commissioners initiated real estate transactions, and the way to optimize the county's portfolio was to engage a firm that has the expertise related to real estate transactions. The result of that was a hire Peter Matthews to provide those real estate brokerage services and support to these efforts. As you may know, the Peter Matthews has been successful in transactions. It has helped the county, including the Monument Building, as well as the Building 6 that we just purchased. Also the McLean property back in 2018 was sold, and also provided additional perspective on the buildings in the courthouse campus. Also, Kidder Matthews is providing assistance and support to the efforts on the Habitat Conservation Plan to purchase property across the county. So the 2016 contract, the board authorized, including a couple of amendments. The first amendment occurred in 2018 for an additional 3 years.
18, did you say?
In 2018.
18.
With a 1-year extension that will expire in July 31st, 2022. So this particular request is for you to consider an additional amendment that will take those services through July 31st, 2024 for an additional 2 years, I believe. So at that point, I believe this is the last extension that we will exercise, and then we may go into a formal request for proposals.
Right, we considered a RFP at this point would not be the best course of action because Kidder Matthews is providing assistance with the tenants who are still at the Mottman buildings, and they are assisting with the acquisition of property for habitat conservation. So since we're in the middle of those things, it's not the best time to break off the professional services with them, should they not be the successful bidder. So we're asking to extend.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Menser?
No.
Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
Did you say we're going to extend for 5 years?
2 years.
2 years.
2 years, an extension for
Yeah.
2
2
years.
years.
Through July 31st, 2024.
Thank you. I'm good.
Okay. Next item is item C, which is memorandum of understanding with the Port of Olympia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for your consideration is to approve a memorandum of understanding with the Port of Olympia And this is really predicated on the joint resolution the county and the Port Olympia signed back in the fall of 2021 as relates to putting on in front of the voters a ballot measure in this November election for the voters to consider increasing the commissioners' representation from both the Board of County Commissioners as well as the Port of Olympia from 3 to 5. This memorandum of understanding is really prescribed based on the transactions that we're going to be doing while we incorporate and implement the redistricting committee. As outlined in the joint resolution, the districting committee is composed by the chair of the Board of County Commissioners, the chair of the Port of Olympia, as well as the accounting auditor. But behind that, there is going to be resources that need to be implemented. One of the key resources is going to be our geodata group, and that is the GIS group that is going to work with this redistricting committee to work so many different interactions that this committee may like to see. So there's a lot of work behind that. I have worked with Dennis Osorio. He just gave me a little bit of a cost of how much this is going to cost. And this memorandum of understanding has an initial cost of $30,000. And the Port of Olympia will be covering 50% of that cost. And this is the intent of this MOU. This really is just to create an instrument in which we can receive financial compensation from the Port of Olympia as we move forward in developing the redistricting if the voters approve in November.
Okay, questions? Commissioner Edwards?
Yes, I do. School districts are often faced with adjustments, and I think it has to do with census. So every 10 years or something, I guess. And they oftentimes utilize a private firm. Can't tell you the name of the private firm that I've heard. Are we contemplating doing something like that where we might go out to bid to, are we gonna do it ourselves in-house in conjunction with the port? I'm just wondering just how this might play out.
That's the latter. We're not contemplating going to request for proposals to secure a consultant. It's a matter of time, and it's a matter of cost. And we have in-house resources, GIS experts that can help us on, because their role is to support whatever the redistricting committee would like to see.
Okay.
And for instance, it will be a point at which the three members of this committee would like to draw some lines, whatever those are, which are going to be open to the public. And the GIS staff will get those lines and start seeing whether the population balanced or not. So there's going to be a lot of interaction with GIS because that will eliminate a lot of manual calculations for the redistricting committee to adding up the population. It's going to be more of an interactive, and that will really will be a way to meet the deadlines, or the timelines that I submitted to you, where if the voters approve, you may be considering approving those districts on your last meeting in December. And that is in concert with the Port of Olympia as well.
And the auditor would be involved in
Yep,
this with
she
the
is.
different voting precincts and all that?
And in fact, if you see this staff support is from GIS, I will be involved, the prosecutor attorney's office will be involved, as well as the legal counsel from the port will be involved, and the elections staff from the auditor's office will be involved as well.
I guess the reason I'm raising this is I get asked once in a while when I bring up the 5 commissioner proposal that we're gonna put on the ballot. And having to do with districts, and right away the gerrymandering issue comes up, you know, what are they trying to do? I'm actually receiving more resistance than I thought But although when I have time to explain it to folks, that resistance goes away. So I'm just wondering about how skeptical the public is, and if there was some way to have, I don't know how to do it, but to involve the public somehow. I don't know what that means. Just to add to the credibility of not a bunch of politicians doing it, or, that's all, just something to think about.
No, that's a good point. And at least my conversations with the executive director of the port, to the port commission, the board of county commissioners submits this for a ballot proposition in November. There is an opportunity to develop an informational brochure. And that's what I want to be clarified, is informational brochure, because we will not be in a position to advocate one way or the other. And that might be an opportunity to educate the public as to how this could be a benefit.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Menzer, questions?
No, I'm good on the Geo data MOU.
Okay, so I don't have any questions as well. We'll move on to item, one second, I lost my place right over here, and it's item D, and it's designated service provider interlocal agreement with Olympia, Lacey, and Tumwater.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a follow-up to the conversation we had with the board to the region, including the cities of Olympia, Lacey, and Tumwater, and the county, to request for proposals to secure the services for a board meetings and everything related to access your meetings to the public. Right now, TC Media is the one who is providing those services. There has been an effort at the region to go with that request for proposals to see if there's any other vendors, any other providers, and certainly TC Media will be part of that process as well. So this agreement, interlocal agreement for your consideration, it sets the stage as to how the region can go as a group to request those requests for proposals moving forward. And certainly, after that request for proposals process is completed, we'll bring those results of the proposals that we have received for your consideration. This is not all at once. This is a regional approach to go through a request for proposals. But each jurisdiction will have to take individual actions to determine what will be the best outfit to provide the services. Any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Edwards.
Could this, and maybe your AIS explains it better, but if I was a citizen seeing this on the, I would, what's this about? What are we soliciting a request for what? To enter into separate contracts about what? Designated service. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Okay, more prescriptive?
Yeah, it's a little bit vague as far as what are we asking for here? TV services, video services?
Media, something.
Media, something.
Same comment, I mean, it's like completely obscure.
Yeah, okay.
I don't even know what it meant.
Yeah, me
Sorry,
either.
the public doesn't know what it meant.
Yeah, okay,
No,
that's
good
right.
point, good point. We'll clarify the action. So
Very good.
that's exactly what we review the agenda for
Yeah.
this week.
Okay.
So we'll bring additional prescriptive
Thank you.
description. Thank you.
I mean, I suppose everybody that put it together knows what it's about, but yeah, good enough.
What
Commissioner
don't read mine, so.
Commissioner Menzer, questions?
So all the cities are gonna be signing this too? I mean, I assume this is worked out among
Yeah,
stuff.
it has been a long process.
And what you said is that we're just gonna solicit proposals together, but then we're all gonna choose our own?
Yeah, well, you have the option to do all together, but you need to take individual actions because it's individual contracts. ideally will be the same provider, but having a single contract at the region may not work because the county needs to have individual contracts.
Each jurisdiction has a somewhat different set of needs.
So the bids might not match up for each jurisdiction in terms of who's most cost effective or whatever, because they need different things, is that what you're saying?
Well, we hope to get a proposal that brings the types of services more in line, and whichever services we would choose from, if there's a menu of services
Exactly.
to
That's
choose
the
from, we'd be paying the same, the county pay the same as Olympia or Tumwater. Right now, they're very different.
And do we have to, like, we get different services from our designated service provider, and do we have to have one outfit providing all of that, or can we say, you're gonna live stream our meetings, but we're gonna pay you to come record like special programs for the county or something like that?
Could, and another option is to do some of the services ourselves in-house.
Mm-hmm.
So we could split it up between different providers.
I mean, I know there's contracts where there's like a continuum of contracts, like, right? Some of them are like widgets, doesn't matter. I just want the widgets. They're the same from everybody. Doesn't matter. So the price is all that matters. And then as complexity increases, price isn't all that matters. Other things start to matter. You get to the other end of the spectrum was like
Services.
solid waste, where we were
Yeah.
like, okay, price is only one thing. We care about 25 different parameters. This one I see is in the middle in the terms of, it's not just fungible, interchangeable. I mean, the type of customer service and the types of quality of the equipment and the quality of the products that we need are gonna vary. And it's not just gonna be who's the lowest price bottom line.
We agree.
You absolutely on point. It will not be the lowest price, it will be the one who provide the services
Okay.
that each jurisdiction have. I think you encapsulated very well. There's going to be somewhat of a baseline of services. Then it will be a suite, a menu, in which each jurisdiction can pick what out of these elements will be. So when we issue the request for proposals, we need to make sure that each jurisdiction, the legislative authorities, will get feedback as to what do you like to see on these proposals. When those proposals come, you'll make decisions, say, okay, I'd like to do this, it doesn't cost us this much. I'd like to do this, it's gonna cost us this much.
Okay.
Madam Chair, could I get a follow-up on that?
Go ahead, sir.
Has there been any thought to including the Port of Olympia as one of the individuals we could be working with? I mean, or does that make it too complicated?
They don't receive PEG money.
Oh, okay, this is only jurisdictions that receive
Yeah.
PEG money?
These are the 4 jurisdictions that collaborate on the contract with Comcast
Okay.
and receive the PEG money from Comcast. I think Young might receive some, but they chose to not collaborate.
They didn't want to be part of it.
Okay, thank you.
But, so we'll add additional clarification and discussion.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, we'll move on to public defense. Item 5A, interlocal agreement, Third Amendment for City of Tumwater Indigent Defense Legal Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As you may be aware, Thurston County, through the Office of Public Defense, has been providing indigent defense for misdemeanor legal services for the city of Tumwater, for those involved within the city limits of Tumwater. This particular proposal is for you to consider extending those services from January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2024 for an amount of just about $479,356. That's the introduction. I'm sure Patrick O'Connor, the Director of Office of Public Defense, can add additional perspective on this. Patrick?
Thank you, Romero. Good morning, Commissioners. Patrick O'Connor, Director of Thurston County Public Defense. Also, welcome, Nicole. Yes, I'm asking the board for authorization to extend our interlocal agreement with the city of Tumwater. We provide indigent defense for all of the city of Tumwater. These are misdemeanors and gross misdemeanors that are charged, tried, and prosecuted all in Thurston County District Court. This interlocal agreement takes us through 2024, and we've been in obviously contract and discussions with the city of Tumwater. They're very pleased with the quality of public defense that our office provides. This funding supports not only 2 positions for our office, but also all services for indigent defense, investigations, experts, conflict work, essentially all things public defense. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Commissioner Edwards?
Yes, Patrick, what was the dollar amount for the last contract?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, Commissioner. What I can tell you is that we did decrease the overall dollar amount right as the pandemic started, and we saw the impacts of criminal filings. As you know, criminal filings sort of across the board, Tumwater was no different, have decreased throughout the pandemic. And at that time, my conversations and negotiations with the city of Tumwater, I didn't ask for a 3rd position because the numbers just didn't justify it. So I know this dollar amount is less than previous years, and that's in large result to us not needing an additional attorney based on the filings.
Did that consideration include changes in state law on different issues involving law enforcement?
You know, I can't pinpoint one specific reason. I know, specifically, obviously, the pandemic, created, a lot of challenges for law enforcement and for our justice system. If I had to take an educated guess, it's probably very similar to what we've seen, whether it's through the sheriff's office or other law enforcement here in the county, and that certain policies, due to the pandemic required different considerations. And I think the net result of that have been, less maybe contacts, less arrests, less referrals. I'm taking my best guess at this point, but those things are probably factors.
Does Tumwater use our jail?
No, Commissioner, Tumwater continues to use Nisqually, and I can say they have been in conversations with Lewis County to transfer services there and go under a new contract. But as of today, they are still using the Nisqually jail.
And are you able to utilize the remote process?
We do use the remote process with the Nisqually jail. Our attorney does obviously visit the Nisqually jail to visit clients, but we pretty much exclusively hold hearings virtually at this point in Nisqually.
Thank you.
You bet.
Commissioner Menser, questions?
No.
Okay, and I don't have any questions. Thank you, Patrick. Next is Public Health and Social Services, item 6A, Department of Children, Youth and Family Service Contract, Concrete Goods.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is an action, and I'm going to provide additional perspective on this for you to consider rescinding an action the board took back in June 7, 2022 related to a contract with the Washington State Department of Children, Youth, and Families. After the board took an action, we determined this particular fund had a specific legislative budget proviso. They made it ineligible for the county to receive those funds. It was just about $35,000. And this proviso was implemented this year to this legislative session with a specific funding source. So let me predicate this, that I take full responsibility not to do the due diligence related to this particular item prior to the board taking an action on June 7, 2022. We should have taken a little more dive into the requirements of this particular funding before we brought this action before you. So again, I will ask for you to consider rescinding this action because the county cannot take this funding source because of the specific proviso. And this proviso prevents any local jurisdictions to receive money. And this proviso is specifically stating that it should be directly given to nonprofits. And that was a proviso by the legislative session this year. And I think there is a time and a window in which this occurred. And we have received many funding from the state, from the Department of Children, Youth, and Families in the past. But in the past, we have not gotten this proviso. So I will stop there and answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Edwards, questions?
I think I'm gonna wait a minute and hear what my seat, I don't know if Commissioner Menzer even was involved in this, but I am curious what the chair's got to say and maybe a little more from Robin. So could I withhold my comments for a minute, ma'am?
Okay, sounds good. Commissioner Menzer?
I'm gonna hold my comments because I have no idea what's going on. So I need a better explanation of what's going on.
So this was something that, well, it came to my attention and I brought it forth at our agenda setting last week. This was, I'm not sure if staff wants to kind of cover a little bit more about what this contract was about, and then I can lay out my questions in regards to this specific contract.
I can. So the contract was intended to purchase what's called concrete goods. And Gretchen can tell us a little more about what those are, but my understanding is that the county would have purchased gift cards for our families in need. And they would have been able to use those gift cards for food, diapers, formula, and other needs. And what happened was that the Washington State Department of Children, Family, and Youth Services, DCYF, Children, Youth, and Families, offered the county this money. We very much wanted to accept it because it would have been a benefit to the families in Thurston County. But upon careful review of the funding source, we discovered that as Romero was saying, the proviso in the Washington State budget is very specific that DCYF may only use the funding to contract with nonprofit, non-governmental organizations. And that did not include us. And it took us some time to kind of dig through. We talked to county prosecuting attorneys. We talked to the state auditor after talking to our county auditor and our internal auditor. We sent the question up to the state auditor and ultimately got guidance from legislative staff that said, no, the county is not an eligible recipient of those provisoed funds. So we had to say no to the contract. It had nothing to do with how much the families need these services, and everyone really wanted to take the money, but we couldn't, we're not eligible.
Why is DCY, isn't it their mistake? They're violating the proviso, not us.
It was their mistake, but I will jump in and say that there is a clause in the contract that specifies that the county, the recipient of the money, must follow all rules and laws associated. So the county is ultimately responsible for knowing that We're eligible to receive any money, not just this money, but any money that comes into the county. We're eligible to receive it. We only use it for specified purposes. We're fiscally responsible to know those things.
Okay, and has DCYF come back to us and say, we're sorry, we made a mistake. We shouldn't have offered you that money. Please don't take it or give it back to us?
DCYF has not recognized their error, if you will, but we are working with them to see if there are other sources of funds. Because as Romero noted, this is new money in this biennium that the state added at the governor's request to the budget. And DCYF has for quite some time had concrete goods funding. This was just a new $2 million added to the state budget. So we're working with them to get the non-proviso money for our county families that we know we're eligible to receive.
How do we make sure that the proviso monies get to our county families? Can we make sure that, can't we just give it to the nonprofit that should have gotten it? Can we fix the DCYF mistake ourselves by taking the bull by the horn?
We asked that very question and we're told no. The proviso is very clearly written that DCYF can only contract with non-governmental organizations.
And can they?
So we can't take it and then push it through to a nonprofit and say we took care of it that way. We cannot.
But are they forced to do what they're supposed to do?
They will, you know, what DCYF does at this stage is not our call. We can only control ourselves, quite frankly, and be responsible for what we can do. And again, we're working with them on behalf of the citizens of Thurston County to get money that we are entitled to receive.
So Kurt has had his hand up, so I'm not sure if he wants to provide perspective as well.
Yeah, Commissioners, Kurt Harden, Thurston County Public Health Interim Director. I want to provide procedural perspective that staff went through the normal process and procedures for vetting contracts and funding prior to coming out to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration. So we are going to relook at procedures as well to determine how we can potentially catch this in the future. But I want to emphasize staff are following established procedures within the Public Health Department. And so if there is a mistake there for what staff should have done, that's on me for the procedures that are there. But they've been following these normal procedures for all contracts and funding going in front of the board previously. We're going to review that. So I just want to make sure that there is no consideration that staff was an error for what they did.
Nobody is saying anyone did anything wrong. We're just being very aware of where our money comes from and that we're following the
A new
rules.
proviso enacted this legislative session.
So Commissioner Menser, my questions were kind of aligned to your questions last week. I had a lot of questions about, well, what is the liability to the county, right? What does the contract specifically says? And did it specify, right, where this fund, you know, what fund this was coming from? What was the liability to the county? If we are just following the contract per, you know, what DCYF is telling us to do. And then, you know, there were also, Robin brought up last week that there were 2 counties that had questions as well. And so I did reach out, and it was King and Whatcom County. I did reach out to them because I was wondering if they had around the same questions that we did, or if there were under different questions, and they were different questions altogether. They did not have any concerns about this proviso. And so they went ahead and used the funds. And I know for King County directly, they got the same amount that Thurston County did, which was the $35,000. So, you know, for me, my comments, I'm not gonna cry over spilled milk. I think this contract has already expired. And just like I told the county manager, it was just very frustrating that, we couldn't use these funds for our families and here in Thurston County. Specifically, since other counties use these funds, I'm not sure what our working relationship is with DCYF, but if we're going to be having future contracts with them, I want to make sure that we do have a good working relationship with them and that we're not in this situation again in the future where we're having to turn away funds for our families here in Thurston.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, sir.
I see Gretchen's on the screen. I don't know if that meant she wanted to jump in and say anything or what. Just want to give her an opportunity. I don't know.
Thank you, Commissioner Edwards. I will just say we've always had a really great relationship with DCYF. They're very supportive of the work. And just to clarify, this is funding that was for Thurston, Mason, and Lewis counties because we are a tri-county regional site and they fund all 3 counties. So this funding does impact families in all 3 counties.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. One other thing, I guess my concern is, Chair, that I don't know how many other jurisdictions use the money. What's the deal? What's the big deal? I've still not figured that out, If we would have went ahead and said, well, let's take it and see what happens, what would have happened?
So that would have been, the DCYF would have been violating state law. State budget is state law, and there was a very specific clause in it that the department would have been in violation of. By accepting the money, the Thurston County would be at risk of audit findings and having to repay the money at the point in time it was discovered that DCYF was not authorized to distribute the money in the way that they did. So other counties that accepted the money are taking that risk, but Thurston County is not.
Did the contract, I have a question, did the contract specify which fund this was coming from?
The contract specified that the funds were concrete goods. It did. And when we looked a little closer, because I was curious where the money was coming from. And I thought perhaps it was ARPA money that the state was passing through. And it clarified that it was concrete goods. And when I asked where the concrete good money coming from, they said, it's this proviso right here. And that's when the conversation got quite complicated. So the contract does loosely say where their funding is coming from. We are working with, the budget staff are currently working with Gretchen and Kurt on the next proposed contract. It's a very complicated contract with many funding streams. And we are sorting out what money comes from where, because part of our responsibility, especially with federal pass-through money, is to ensure that we are following all the rules, whether or not the grantor knows what those rules are. We sign a contract that says we understand and that we will follow those rules.
When was this provisional passed? Because we had accepted money from DCYF before.
It's proviso
So
passed, it's just this.
no, It passed in the original state budget in the 2021 legislative session.
Because there's three.
This is the second year of the budget. The amendment was changed this year from federal to state money, but the proviso remained the same, that the contract had to be with nonprofits. And when I asked the legislative staff that I was talking to, it was not an action of the legislature. It was a proposal. Well, it was ultimately an action by the legislature because that's who passes the budget. But the proposal originally came from the governor's office, was a proviso put in place in the governor's original budget. And the intention is for DCYF to create additional, this is what I was told, to create additional relationships and avenues for citizens to get services through nonprofit organizations in their communities. That's the intention, and that's what the department needs to follow. Thurston County gets other money. All of DCYF's money is not under this proviso.
Robin, can I pause you there because I had a question about when it passed.
Sure.
And my question is, I mean, this was an extension of a contract that we already had with DCYF. I don't remember how much they gave us the first time, but this was basically an extension. So if that provision was already in place, the previous funds we used came from the same proviso.
Not necessarily, Commissioner. The contract is extremely complex and has quite a few different funding streams. The money that we received last year was not necessarily under this proviso. In fact, I doubt that it was, because we were told that the money that we were going to receive, this $30,000, expired on June 30, and that would be the first year of the first state fiscal year. So it is highly unlikely that any other part of the contract, the underlying contract, was funded with these proviso funds. But again, we are working with public health to look at all the different funding streams coming through this contract and identify clearly what they are.
Okay.
Chair,
Commissioner, go ahead.
I just want to, for Commissioner Mentzer's benefit, I think we came close to overriding staff on this issue. I believe we came close. I don't know. I can't speak for the chair, but I mean, I was willing.
You mean to just go the King County way and see what happens?
Right, and do it and see what, because it was a small amount of money. It was $35,000.
For 3 counties.
It wasn't gonna break the bank by any means, and I can't imagine. And my other question is, why wouldn't have we said, okay, we can't take the money because we're a government entity. Why not give it to the CAC or something? Why not tell them to put in for it? Or, you know, how come we were stymied from assisting our citizens almost any way we went? And I don't know, how come another group couldn't have just grabbed it?
We could certainly have suggested to DCYF that these are the community entities that could do this in Thurston's behalf, but it would have been up to DCYF who they choose to contract.
Can we get it? We have to send it back?
We didn't receive the money because it's a reimbursement contract.
Oh, okay.
I mean, couldn't have we done a subrecipient contract? I apologize, Commissioner Menser.
No, go ahead.
We asked that question, could we receive the money and then pass it through to a nonprofit? And no, we were told no. Legislative staff clearly said no, that would not have been an acceptable solution.
It was aggravating.
So Commissioner Mejia, you mentioned something about the contract is expired or something. So.
It had to have been spent by June 30th.
We had to have the money spent by June 30th.
So you guys were debating this before June 30th?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
27th or something.
Oh, okay.
But we didn't have the full information about this whole contract. And like, I brought it up it was Wednesday when I brought it up because that's when we had our agenda setting or our review of our agenda. And I brought it up just because I'd received emails and I was wondering like what was happening with this and what was this about. And that's when all of this came out. And of course, I reached out to Executive Dow Constantine, and he went down and reached out to staff. And so that took a little bit for them to get back to me. I reached out to Executive Septo Sidul from Whatcom County as well, and he looked into it as well from his county. So just because those were the two counties that were brought up where they said they had questions to DCYF, and I was wondering if it were along the same lines that we did. And I explained them our situation, and they said that, that was not their concern. They passed it through their financial team and through their legal, and their questions were different altogether. So.
Ask a different lawyer, get a different answer, right, Commissioner?
It depends, it depends.
Okay,
So, for me, my concern is with future contracts with DCYF and hoping that we don't burn that relationship. I'm sure they were not too thrilled of us saying yes to this money and then coming back and questioning it and reaching out to, it was, so I just want to make sure that in the future that we are able to establish, because, of the funding that they give us and the resources for our residents is too important to lose that connection. With that, if there are no further questions or comments, going to our standing items, which is county commissioners will report on board work sessions, and the county manager will review the commissioner's schedule. We will adjourn the meeting, and we have 2 public hearings set that day. And one will start at 3, and it's from Public Works, and it's a public hearing to consider the 2022 update of Chapter 15.07 Illicit Discharge Detection and Elimination Ordinance.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a follow-up to the briefing the board received on May 25th, 2022 on some of the changes related to the illicit discharge within the context of the stormwater manual. So we received public testimony on that and those changes. And for your consideration, depending on the public testimony, an option for you to, 2 actions, one to close the public hearing, and the other is for you to consider approving those changes. And then the next public hearing, 3:30, is related to the ballot proposition to increase the Board of County Commissioners from 3 to 5. And this particular action is for resolutions to submit to the qualified electors in Thurston County to weigh in the upcoming November general election. Also, for your consideration on that is 2 actions. One is for you to close the public hearing, and depending on the public testimony, for you to consider approving the resolution. Related to this particular item, there is an item, August 2nd is the deadline in which we need to submit any items to be considered on the November general election. And that is the timeline that I'm working on. And also there is a little bit of work that needs to be done after the board approves to make sure the clerk of the board certifies the ordinance, the resolution before it's transmitted to the auditor's office. So those are the 2 public hearings. And again, as a reminder, it will be a single Zoom meeting beginning at 2 o'clock, and that will give you the ability to manage the whole afternoon during the public hearing.
Commissioner Menser, you have your hand up, sir?
Well, just based on my previous comments about scheduling, this is even worse because now you've got a 3 p.m. and I don't know why, because it has nothing to do with Board of Health. And then we're gonna have, and you're not gonna have much testimony. Then we're gonna go back into the Board of County Commissioners. Then we're gonna stop again for 3:30. So I would say that those should both be stacked at 3:30. I mean, obviously we can't now, but in a future situation, if we're gonna break, then you certainly don't want them at separated times, because then we'll be totally disjointed.
And so what I'll probably do is I'll just pause at 3:30 and just do both of them. Just because you're right, like we have 2 presentations scheduled. And by the time, we get done with opportunity to address the board, we'll probably be right at 3. And so how do the commissioners feel about me just pausing at 3:30?
I mean, for now, I'm good. I guess we're gonna do something different in the future. We're gonna discuss it on Friday maybe, but
Yeah.
on this one, yeah.
Well, because, I mean, she's right. If we did it the old way, we wouldn't even start them until probably 4, because the Board of County Commissioners meeting wouldn't end till 4. So I would think you'd clearly have the latitude to start them at 3:30.
This is the advice that we've received from our attorneys, recent advice from the attorney, that if you advertise a fixed time, that people show up at that time, and especially when it's through Zoom, and we had separate Zoom, they didn't understand why they couldn't get into the meeting, they thought there was something wrong, they wouldn't wait this long, so their comments didn't get heard.
And we're fixing that by having a single Zoom.
Right, that will make it better, I agree, but we still have advertised a fixed time.
Or soon
And how far do you
there's
want to
always
get?
that soon thereafter.
As soon
in-
thereafter is, yes,
Yeah.
we put that clause in, but are people gonna, you said you'd hear it at 3 o'clock, are people really gonna wait around?
Well, that's been a long-standing question. I mean,
Well,
we don't have a legal obligation to disrupt the Board of County Commissioners meeting. I thought this was to do it as a courtesy, so that people weren't in that situation of wasting their time and not knowing what's going on.
this is legally advertised at a times certain.
This is a brand-new legal opinion that I
This
hadn't
is-
heard about till just
Yes,
now?
they came in the middle of a board meeting a couple months ago.
But I thought that meeting was I don't know, it was special, and that's why it was.
No, it was just advertised at that time, and that particular attorney brought it to our attention.
Yeah, different attorneys have different perspectives.
Yes, they do. So I'm not opposed to the board taking whatever action you see fit. However, you may want to have a conversation with your attorney.
Well, we can have this on
Just
Friday.
saying.
If that's the situation we're facing, then I don't think we should ever have these hearings at 3 or 3:30. They should be maybe at 4:30. If that's what we're saying, that we can't, because, or 5. Yeah, or whatever.
And as I've said, when in 2010, through, I'm not sure how many years, the board routinely stopped at 3 o'clock. They stopped their board meeting at 3 o'clock, did their public hearing, went back into the board meeting. That's what they did every week.
And then stopped again at 3:30 to do another one?
Well, people were, the 2 times that people chose from were 3 o'clock or 5:30 if it was something that was, I don't know why we have a 3:30 here, but it's, yeah, but those were the times that people chose from. So I don't know, I can't tell you the date on which that changed. If it was just gonna be a few minutes, and then it got to be quite a few minutes, and then it was half an hour, and when we got the opinion from Travis, it had already been 45 minutes, and we were going strong.
So I didn't know that was illegal. Like I was under the same impression as Commissioner Menser, you know, it was mostly to kind of accommodate. So if it's a legal opinion, like, can we have a discussion about this more at length? Yeah, because then, you know, I was really doing it to kind of just accommodate whoever was coming in for the public hearing and do it that way. But if it's something where we're legally supposed to do it, then that would kind of change things.
Yeah, because for me, it was like, it's one thing if people were in the boardroom, it's in an inconvenience, but it was clear what's going on.
Sure.
Once we got to the Zoom thing and to separate Zoom and they're waiting in a separate Zoom room, then I really felt like we have to help people because they're not gonna be able to, you know, it's not just an inconvenience now it's a confusion factor. They don't even know if they're in the right place. So, but, you know, I don't think that at this point, if that's what we're trying to accomplish, that we should have hearings at 3 and 3:30. Because the board meeting, by and large, goes till 3:30. I mean, sometimes not, but the majority of the time, we're plowing through at least 90 minutes of stuff.
Let me work with Elizabeth to get additional perspective.
I would just like to have one way we do it. Like, that's my thing. Like, I don't really care what it is, but consistency.
I understand the message, so I will work on that.
Maybe I can throw out one comment before we move away from this. I do think that something to do with the amount of time that we're gonna be dedicating to this. I think the 3:30 meeting here, changing from 3 to 5, could develop into quite a lengthy meeting with a lot of comment. On the 3 o'clock meeting, I think we've been through these before and nobody shows up, you know, and it takes about 2 minutes to finish the public hearing. So I can see a time differential there as well. So maybe that's taken into consideration somehow.
These particular meetings have already, the legal notices have already.
Yeah, so no, we're gonna leave these alone, but for later on. Yeah, okay.
You know, and I have been proven wrong many times when I assume that no public testimony will be provided.
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
That's when we get the most. So I try not to put myself in stating, oh, this is just procedural because there is.
Yeah.
Okay, Ryan, you're good, I guess. No one had questions on this matter. Our second public hearing is a public hearing for a ballot proposition to increase the Board of County Commissioners from 3 to 5. Any questions on that item?
I guess my questions would be, when we have the hearing and usually the county manager gives some dissertation about what it's about, how prepared are you to give a pretty good dissertation, I guess, about what the whole thing is and what it's gonna entail and benefits and...
I will be prepared to the best of my abilities.
It's gonna be pretty extensive, I think.
I will walk you through
People are having some questions, I know. Okay,
I will walk you through the details.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, great. Next is proclamations and awards and advisory boards and commissions.
Good morning, Jamie Caldwell, Clerk of the Board. As previously stated, the proclamation draft for pretrial probation and parole supervision week that will be presented next Tuesday has been included in your packet for review. I did reach out to the pretrial services director, the juvenile detention manager, and the probation manager and invited them to attend and accept. I do know that the pretrial services director has some travel planned that day. She's hoping to be able to join us remotely, but if not, I've asked if she has a staff alternate that she could send in her place. Moving on to the boards and commissions. I didn't receive anything over this last week different than what was included last week. There are a couple of items from Mr. Hanna regarding the Agricultural Advisory Committee. The first is a letter regarding diversity amongst the committee, how that is reflected in the committee's recruitment, as well as the selection of new members. The second item is an email outlining how the current members represent the different types of farmer and non-farmer members on the committee. I also received a couple of applications the week before last. One application was a request for appointment and the other was a request for a reappointment. The first is from Mitch Lewis. He is requesting to be appointed to the Agritourism Advisory Committee. I confirmed with the committee contact that they do have an opening and they are recommending him for appointment. The other one is a reappointment request from Jedediah Haney to the Fair Board. His term lapsed in December, and he's been inactive the last couple months because his family just recently had a baby, but he's regularly available now and would like to resume serving on the board. Outside of any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you, Jamie. And for Commissioner Menser's, just so you know, we appointed Ms. McVeigh because her appointment expired for the Emergency Services Board. And Ms. Simmons to the Storm and Water, that was a reappointment, and she was the chair and her term was about to expire. And we appointed one more, didn't we, Jamie?
Yes, it was Vog Mayi. I'd have to look back to recall right off the top of my head which board. Yes, thank you. But yeah, that was the other one that we appointed. Still waiting for the written resignation from the LMTAAA member so that Ms. McGaffigan can be reviewed for appointment to that board as well.
Yeah, and we just did those just more for like to move things along. So Commissioner Edwards, you said that you had a Fair Board meeting and you were going to discuss this item. So I was just wondering for the reappointment, if there was any general discussion?
There was not, and that individual was not present at the Fair Board meeting, nor had he been for a while. And that's kind of where that ended, I guess. I think maybe he's interested, but I don't know the fit nor the participation other than lack of. So that's about all I can give you. I know that's pretty vague, but.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Edwards?
No, I don't think so. Are we gonna make, are we prepared to make those ag appointments or at this time or?
Commissioner Menser?
Yeah, I was gonna address that. So I appreciated the input I got there from the chair about the details of who's on the committee and how the applicants might fit. I guess I have a preliminary question for Jamie. Mr. Hanna's email said that there's supposed to be 4 non-farmer positions and only one's filled, so there should be 3 vacancies, but your list only has 2 vacancies. I'm wondering about that.
I can double check with him on it. This was the list that I had left over from when Amy had passed it on. So
That's
I can,
a side point. This isn't really relevant to the thing, but I was just curious on that.
yeah, I can get some clarification update about
His
it.
email says at full strength, it's 7 farmer and 4 non-farmer, and then there's only, and right now they've got 5, I think, farmer and 1 non-farmer. So just checking that. And then, like, for example, on your list of bullet points, it says Kevin Jensen, reappointment rancher member. Is that a category?
That's what he indicated himself as.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I wasn't, because I didn't know there was a rancher position. Okay. So I guess my 2 cents here is that there's 3 categories. Well, there's the reappointment of Mr. Jensen. There's 3 more folks for 2 slots. They all seem to fit in terms of what their background is and what they do. Mr. Dolman, I'm going to throw this idea out because one of the things that when they sent some folks to talk to me about this situation, we were talking about the different applicants, and they said Mr. Dolman had been, he was looking at, he had a lot of experience, but he was looking at potentially selling his farm, and so that made them feel like he wasn't the right fit, but really he has a lot of experience, and somebody that is thinking about selling probably has a lot of insight into why, because we're trying to keep people farming, we're trying to maintain ag land as ag land, and Mr. Hanna's email talked about how even for the non-farmer positions, they like to see people he said they'd like to see people with some farm experience, maybe new farmers, not like it would be somebody that had no connection to agriculture whatsoever, but people who would maybe just not have quite as much experience or not the same experience. So that led me to think that maybe Mr. Dolman could be appointed as a non-farmer member if he's being considered as somebody that's kind of maybe on his way out, but has a lot of historical experience in terms of dairy, which we don't have on the board. So I'm thinking about maybe appointing all of these people. That would fill all the farmer positions and one of the non-farmer positions, and then we'd only have 2 vacancies. I don't really see any issue with that.
Commissioner Edwards?
I'm good with everything presented by Commissioner Menzer. I'm with you.
Okay, so, and I'm in agreement as well. So if those can be added to next week's agenda, or if, I don't know, I'm not sure. Do we still have time for this week's agenda, whatever?
Next week will be probably best, Madam Chair.
Okay, so this will be added to next week's agenda, those appointments. And then,
Push her right up to the very end.
Well, we have this meeting until 1, and the board meeting starts at 2.
I would just add one more
Just
comment.
giving Jamie the evil eye.
If I could add one more comment, the emissaries from the committee that spoke to me said they'd like to see us using the non-farmer members in terms of like really like diversifying in different ways. So with those last 2 spots, I would encourage the board and our recruitment and to really seek out people that would add, you know, a very, you know, maybe a little couple step or 2 farther out connection in terms of experience, where they live, what kind of activities they're engaged in, to round out the committee. We've got those 2 spots left to do that. But I think the people that have applied can all add important stuff.
okay, and then how about the Agritourism Advisory Committee? How about that appointment?
I'm good.
I think I'm good.
Okay. And then, so I guess we'll hold on the Lewis Mason Thurston Area Agency on Aging to until there is a formal
vacancy.
Vacancy, yes.
Yeah.
And then with the Fair Board, I guess we'll wait and we'll discuss this next week. Okay. Moving on to PIO.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Megan Porter, Public Information Supervisor. I have no specific updates for you this afternoon.
Thank you. And there's no briefing or public hearing decisions pending. We'll move on to Commissioner items. We have a total of 6 items. I don't think we'll have time for other Commissioner items unless there's something that's really pending.
Suggestion, Madam Chair, maybe taking the first 2 items, the policy and social media logo and the Racial Equity Council applications for next week.
Perfect. Okay, so policy on social media and logo will be moved to next week. And Racial Equity Council applications, the review of that will be on for next week as well. So with that, we have county fair tickets, dangerous trees, and we'll have a closed session. And other Commissioner.
One question.
Yes, sir.
On Racial Equity Council applications, I want to be prepared for that. Is there something I'm supposed to have reviewed?
No, we're just going to give you an overview.
Okay.
And then we will ask how you like to take the next steps.
Okay.
So, no, we will not be putting you in the position to review applications at this point. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start with Commissioner items, Romero, and see if there's any Commissioner items that are pending that.
I was hoping you exercise your second break.
I will, just 1 second. Okay, any Commissioner items? Commissioner Edwards.
I thought we were trying to restrict some. I'm wondering about Veterans Fund, daycare, some things like that I guess we can discuss on Friday.
Great items for the planning session. Okay. Commissioner Menzer, anything that is pending?
No, nothing burning. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll go ahead and take, how about a 10-minute break? We'll be back at 12:15.
Thank you.
live?
You
are
live, Commissioner.
Okay, we are back from break. It is 12:19, and we left off with, we'll start with the county fair tickets.
Hopefully this will be an easy item, commissioners. This is related to the county fair, which is scheduled in the last week of July. And as you know, we have not had the opportunity to have a county fair for the last couple of years. This is going to be an opportunity to celebrate a 150-year anniversary of the fair, and the pancake breakfast is going to be part of that event. In the past, the board has made available 2 free tickets to each county employee, and I will ask the board to consider the same action this year.
Good, I'm good. What do you need? Thumbs up?
Commissioners, thumbs up?
Yeah, good with me.
Thank you.
Okay, you have 3 thumbs up. Next is dangerous trees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a follow-up to, I believe, a previous conversation. We presented to you that we had a report from a nearby property owners on an next door property owner to one of our tax title property. This is not a property where we had the stating that perhaps there's a couple of dangerous trees. They might be, if they fall, they will fall into their property. When we get those requests, which we get those requests quite often, what we do is we engage an arborist to determine whether those particular trees are in fact in the risk of falling down. You review this particular proposal. We ask for you to consider, give us the authority to remove those trees. During that conversation, I believe Commissioner Erwis requested additional information to make sure that in fact those trees are presenting a risk to this flooring. So we have attached additional pictures in your packet. And at this point, I will ask for the board to have any questions, any other information that you need. But again, staff's recommendations for you to authorize general fund money, and I believe it's close to 6,000.
Yeah.
To remove those 3 trees.
How much?
It's about 5,000. How much, Jason?
I believe it was 4,200 plus.
Oh,
thank you.
It's a bargain.
Okay.
I'm not sure, could someone give Commissioner Menzer a little bit of perspective on the conversation that we had was it last week? Yes, last week.
Yes, I kind of briefed a little bit, Commissioner Menzer, yesterday in my one-on-one.
Oh, perfect. Never mind then. Okay.
But if you have any additional questions.
I have a couple of questions, ma'am.
Go ahead, Commissioner Edwards.
You said the trees might fall on their property.
On their
Did you
dwelling.
mean on their dwelling?
Yeah.
And both, this is one dwelling and it's gonna be affected by how many trees? It's not two properties, is it?
There are 2 properties and 4 trees that we're asking.
So
for
2
money
houses
to
are being
take out.
threatened?
That is
2 different houses?
Yes.
And have we been normally doing this whenever there's a problem?
Yeah, and in the past, we have, let me take you back, really.
Okay.
Because traditionally, we have taken this on a case-by-case basis. And in fact, in a couple of past budget processes, we've had a conversation with the board then to see if you can set aside a program to address with this. That was not a prudent approach. I respect that. Also, so I think the steps that we have taken is when we receive phone calls or information from property owners that perhaps one of trees within the tax title county-owned property presents a risk to them, we do a due diligence to determine, hire an arborist to determine what really, if that is the case. Get a professional opinion about the tree. And when that is in fact confirmed, we bring this to the board. So the board has authorized on a case-by-case basis in the past, removing trees. They have been considered as a potential risk to nearby property owners.
And that's not the only thing. There's been tree removal, there was, we had to clear noxious weeds at one property. There was some property along a trailway where there was illegal camping that we cleared out one year. So there's been various issues that when they are brought to your attention, the board has authorized taking certain actions. But we don't, the risk involved is that according to state law, the county is not liable for anything that happens on tax title properties unless we know that there's an issue. So once we know that there's a dangerous tree, if we don't do anything about it and it causes some harm, that we're liable for that. But if we'd never heard about these trees in one fell, we would not be responsible for the cost, and that's why we don't run a program.
Okay, so does that same thing apply when the county tells a property owner, you can't take that tree down because the birds like to sit in the tree, and then the wind comes along and blows it down and wrecks the house? Does that make us liable?
It's not on our property.
Well, but we've told the landowner they can't take the tree down.
Well, we would have a completely different conversation at that time, and you'd have advice from your attorneys.
And I've got a situation, not only did that happen to me, actually totaled out the house, but I've got another property that it's been brought to my attention where there's standing trees, big trees, right next to these people's house on the adjoining lot. The property owner that owns where the trees are has been told by the county, you can't take these trees down because birds like to sit in those trees. And the property owner with the house that's gonna be ruined is saying, what the heck, who's gonna be responsible if this comes down? He was even willing to do it, but the county said no. So anyway, I guess a different topic, we'll have to have another discussion on that.
And legal advice on that. So
Okay.
I can't advise you on
Sure,
that. I
sure.
only know about the tax title.
But at some point, where do we open the door and it's never ending? And so on the tax title property, it is one piece of property that the treasurer, I suppose, is trying to get rid of.
Yep.
And
As with all of them.
do we know anything about that particular property at this point? Do we know it's a half acre of swampland around this house and it's not developable, not usable, all that?
I don't know the details of that.
Oh, okay, well, that's where it comes in. I think we need more information because as a general rule, when we have tax title property that goes, that the county treasurer is making every effort to dispose of and get back on the tax rolls, if you will, so it becomes an asset rather than a liability, we end up allowing that to be turned over to an adjoining property owner, and it's generally for the cost incurred. So I don't know what
Back taxes.
yeah,
is the
back
minimum
taxes
amount that
maybe,
we-
it's very minimal, very minimal. And I don't know that we've ever received $4,000 for a property that Jeff has put up for sale. So, I mean, maybe it's 1,500 or 900 or something like that. And for us to go ahead and spend $5,000, for an example, to get rid of a couple of trees, I would rather sign the property over to the landowner that's concerned about it and let him worry about it. He can have the property. Maybe they'll do that. Let's do something besides waste taxpayers' money. I've said that I would go over there with my chainsaw and fall these trees, but it makes you real nervous, I know,
Time out, Commissioner.
as the county manager. But I don't want to waste money like this, and I want to do anything I can to not waste the money, so let's proceed. Those trees have been there for a while, we can see that. Let's see if we can give the property to the property owner, because otherwise, 3 years from now, another tree is gonna be in dire straits, and we're stuck in the same situation. Let's give it away.
In about a month, you'll hear about another tree.
Well, I don't want to hear about
But
any more on
in-
this. I want to
in
give the property to the
So we
landowner.
cannot give the property away, that's a gift of public funds. We have to, at a minimum, recoup the back taxes owed. That is according to state law. And we, I don't know that this property owner is at all interested in
Well, at least
annexing
let's
your
ask.
property. Jason, do you have details about these two pieces of property?
Yes, it's approximately 7 acres of wetlands, and it borders multiple property owners' lots. I don't have an exact number. I could get that if you need. But as far as these trees, the 2 property owners, they are not interested in the property because they don't want the liability.
There you go.
So that was discussed with them, that if they were interested in purchasing the property, I could put them in touch with Treasurer Gadman.
How about a trust group? I mean, if it's swampland, maybe there's some spotted frogs in there, or a certain kind of a butterfly that we can use towards mitigation or something. Then I won't feel bad about upgrading the property to give us some benefit. I'm just totally against spending tax money to do what I can do for 10 cents. That's about how much it would cost me to start my saw, even at today's gas prices. So I just can't see spending that kind of money. So that's where I'm at, but I know I sometimes differ in my position with my seatmates, so we'll see what happens.
Commissioner Menser?
I don't have any. Sounds, I don't have any position on this. I mean, Commissioner Edwards' questions are good, and whatever's the best way to do it is the best way to do it. I don't have any.
We need board permission to go forward or direction to not address these.
So it really is, that's
So
the
there's
ask
a
at this point.
decision in
You
front.
can't hire Commissioner Edwards for 10 cents to.
No.
No, we cannot.
That was my suggestion last week.
I do want to say, I actually have a resume. I took down 10 aspen trees over the last couple months at my son's house, actually. And they were tricky. They were really tricky ones to fall. But I'm just a dumb farmer, okay? But I can do that at no cost. And boy, I do it for my neighbors all the time. And it just bugs me that we can waste so much money on such a.
You are too valuable to the citizens of the county for you to start cutting trees, Commissioner.
Anyway, I just can't bring myself to vote for wasting money. That's what I look at this as.
With all due respect, there's no waste money. This is an issue that has been brought up. We bring
I
this matter
can't believe
before
we
you.
don't have a county employee works at Public Works that can't go and fall a couple of trees. Geez, some of those guys are ranchers and farmers and
Public
woodsmen.
Works will cost us more.
Yes, the quote from Public Works is more, because remember, one fund cannot benefit another under state law.
The bureaucracy of life.
The cost of
That's
doing
what I
business,
am.
Commissioner.
I'm a bureaucrat.
So I do
So-
ask the board to give us direction. The proposal is for you to consider.
And Jason's looked into all this, so we know that they don't want anything. How about a land conservation group? 7 acres, that's a lot of wetlands. Maybe there's even a little salmon stream there if we change a culvert or something, I don't
This
know.
might be something that, in the future, for sure,
But,
but it's not gonna resolve the issue of the trees.
well, we're not gonna have any wind for a while, no big storms coming until October or something like that. I'm just not in a hurry, it bugs me to waste like that. I can't hardly stand it. Jason, did you ever talk to any of the conservation groups or anything that might be interested?
No, Commissioner Edwards, I have not reached out to him.
Hey, well, how about let him go talk to a conservation group first, and then maybe next week we can do something. Gosh.
We can certainly do that if that's what you would
That'd
like
be
us
better
to
for me.
do.
Maybe I'd settle down by then. I don't know. I might go out there and just sneak out there. We'll see, we'll see.
The tree just magically.
Maybe I'll tie a beaver up right next to it.
The risks disappear all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Well-
Give me one more week, Madam Chair, if there's no
Okay.
hurry.
Yeah, and the way I haven't changed from I would like, if we were to do this, I would like that price tag to be attached to whoever purchases this land and try to get our money back. But I'm willing to wait a week.
Okay.
So this will be on next week's agenda. Okay, going on to our close. Commissioner Menzer, anything that you would like to add?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Moving on to our closed session, RCW 42.30.140, 4A, subsection 4A. County Manager, how long is our,
so
Who's the closed
we have two contracts under this MRCW. We have the staff from HR here in person. They will cover the first item. And the next item is related to the ALS union contracts, and Kurt and Ben will join us as soon as they're watching, I believe. And I can ask him if they listen to go ahead and join the Zoom in right now, because we're gonna close the feed on the live stream. So between the two contracts, you should be done by 1, so 25 minutes, Madam Chair.
okay, so we will be in closed session per RCW 42.30.140, subsection 4A, collective bargaining sessions, or B, that portion of a meeting during which the governing body is planning or adopting the strategy or position to be taken by the governing body during the course of any collective bargaining, corrections, and ALS union contracts. Commissioners' action may follow. We will be in executive session until 1 p.m. With that, let's go ahead and.
Okay, who's gonna be in attendance here?
1:04 p.m. We were in closed session per RCW 42.30.140 subsection 4A, collective bargaining sessions, or B, that portion of a meeting during which the governing body is planning or adopting the strategy or position to be taken by the governing body during the course of any collective bargaining. Corrections in ALS union contracts. No commissioner action follows. With that, we are adjourned and we will be reconvening back at 2 for our Board of County Commissioners meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.